Clock. My people rang me up a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, I've got people and a phone and a grasp on the passage of time. Yeah, they rang me up, said, Tim, will you go on Ruth Jones' show? They want you to sing a song. It'll be fine, fine, fine. But the problem with my particular oeuvre is that half my songs are 5 minutes and over. And the wisdom here at the BBC is that viewers switch off if you go past 3. And a lot of my songs have a bit of bad language, which causes the viewers untold anguish. It seems their tolerance for smuttiness is reserved for pussy puns on Are You Being Served? And so I need a song that only goes for 3 minutes without no bums or blasphemy in it. A lovely little song specifically written for the delicate skin of middle-class Britain. I need a song with a chorus and a verse with no nasty-ass cussing and a cuss. And I'm a little too lewd and a little too long. I gotta find myself a 3-minute song. And they said, remember, boy, that music is like love making. It's simply self-indulgent to take it past 3 minutes. Remember, boy, that music is like love making. Everybody loves a pianist, but length must have a limit. So you need a song that only goes for 3 minutes without no pornography or politics in it. You're a little verbose and a little bit wrong. You gotta find yourself a clean living 3-minute song. 300 beats at 100 beats a minute with nice clean jokes and a hoedown in it. Something for the telly that never ever fails to appease the viewers of BBC Wales. And even in the bridge, I won't be lyrically adventurous, intellectually unmentionous, or racially contentious, and I won't make double entendres at the expense of the Chinese. For China is a country that can bring me to my knees. For China, for China, for China, for China, for China is a country that will bring us to our knees. Ooh, Mr. Humphreys, my pussy is all wet. 2, 3, foreskin. I need a little happy clappy country song, nice and repetitive and not too long, boring enough but not too boring, with a key change here to prevent me snoring. I need a song that is only 3 minutes without no buggery or blasphemy in it, something with a pleasing rhyme and rhythm. Well, if you can't beat 'em, get conservative with 'em. Song that causes no offense, to flog more tickets to my concerts by convincing the viewer that musical satire hasn't progressed since Victor Borge. You've got a telly and I wanna be in it, and apparently you'll only watch for 3 minutes. Yeah, apparently you'll only watch for 3. He doesn't have a problem with drugs, he just doesn't get them. He's fine that his mates have tattoos, but he thinks they'll regret them. He likes going to pubs, but he hates it when the music's too loud. He tends not to go to rock concerts cause he can't stand the crowds. But all he's ever wanted to be is a rock star on Rage or MTV. But he knows that it's not fucking likely. He just turned 30. He knows that he will always be a rock and roll nerd. He'll keep writing songs the world will never hear, and though they won't be heard, he'll just keep writing. Oh yeah, but you see the problem is he always dreamt of being a star, but he learned piano instead of guitar, which in the 90s didn't get you very far. So while the other kids were learning Stairway, he was the piano to their forte. But he was convinced one day he'd rock their fucking asses. and be an icon for the disenfranchised masses, and grow his hair long and rebel against the state. But just for now that'd have to wait, 'cause he's running late for his morning classes, and he will always be a rock and roll nerd. He'll keep playing gigs that no one knows about, and though it sounds absurd, he'll just keep playing. Oh yeah, but you see the problem is there's not much depth in what he's singing. He's a victim of his upper middle class upbringing, so he can't write about the hood or bling bling. So he sits and imagines his girlfriend is dead, to try and evoke some angst in his middle class head. But the bitch is always fine at 9:30 when they go to bed. And he's not spent a single night in prison. He has no issues with nutrition. He has no drinking problem and no drug addiction. Unless you count the drugs they put in chicken. And marijuana always tends to make him cough. He doesn't look good with his t-shirt off, and when he tries to act tough, you can tell he's tricking. Will go out late, popping pills and having fun. He goes home and showers and gets a good 8 hours. He gets his thrills from his morning run, and while his mates will go on dates, taking speed and drinking cans of Jim Beam, he stays home and cooks, curls up with a book with the girl he's had since he was 17. 'Cause he's never really been part of the scene. Give him Guns N' Roses, he'll take Queen. He's more into Beatles than the Stones. He's more a Stevie Wonder than Ramones. And he's never owned a panel van. He never shot a Pantera band. He doesn't know the difference between metal and thrash. He couldn't tell you nothing about Axl and Slash. He likes Ben Folds and the Jackson 5. He knows all the words to Staying Alive. And though he wants to be all grungy and cool, he spent 11 years at a private school. So it don't matter how he tries, he cannot hide behind his rock and roll lies. 'Cause you've either got it or you don't. Yeah, you'll either rock it or you won't. You've either got it or you don't. Rock it or you won't. You've either got it or you don't. He knows that his music lacks depth, but it just can't be helped. He has nothing interesting to say, so he writes about himself. But he doesn't want to seem self-obsessed, so he writes in third person. In an attempt to seem more rock and roll, but he suspects it's not working. And deep in his heart he knows that he'll never be Silverchair or Eskimo Joe. And even if he was quite pretty with small pants like Kylie, he knows that he will always be a rock and roll nerd. He'll keep writing songs the world don't care about. Though it sounds absurd, he'll just keep writing. Oh yeah, 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 you can criticize him, but he won't care, 'cause he wants to rock, and he will never be deterred. But he'll always be a fucked up little try-hard wannabe rock and roll nerd. Rock and roll nerd.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? Hi, welcome. Welcome to the day. Hold on, I'm pulling up your chat. I'm kind of flying by the seat of my pants today, which can we acknowledge is just kind of a super gross term. Like it just doesn't sound right to me, but that's just me. Let's do this. Pull up the chat. There we go. Hello, all you lovely people. Okay, copy that, close that, open that tab, move it over here, paste that, enter that. When we go to this scene, we go to this scene, and then we copy this and we paste it in, and then it goes like that, and it works. If we were on Twitch, it would just be working. But we also probably would have been canceled 15 times over for random stuff. So you know what? We'll call it good. How's everybody? Everybody feeling good? Feeling good on a Wednesday. For some reason, my mic feedback sounds different today. I don't know what I did, but apparently something. I did swap headphones, and you can call me Shaggy today because the hair is quite shaggy. I was going to take like a shower and I was going to do my hair up and everything, but Lockie decided to sleep in today. So I was like, I will seize this moment to get an extra half hour of sleep. So we'll do that. So in turn, you guys get a version of Luke that looks sort of homeless. I'm terribly sorry, but I don't know what to tell you. Feeling good? How about yourself? I'm feeling good. Tonight we're going to light up for the stream. Not in the normal way. Somebody who was just listening to the stream just looked back at the screen and was like, what? He's going to light up for a stream? What? No, I'm lighting up a candle because I'm me and this is how I do. So we're going to light the candle. This is vanilla. No, this is pumpkin vanilla cream. Oh God, it's smoky. I hope this doesn't set off a fire alarm. That was very, very smoky. Okay. Wow. Okay. Well, we're gonna figure it out. If the alarm starts going off, we'll deal with it. Anyway. Thank you for becoming a member or re-upping your membership, Refnir. Thank you. Appreciate you. I alt-tabbed so quickly. Yeah, exactly. I knew Luke lived in Colorado, but I just didn't think he was that cool. Oh, man. Okay, I got to catch up. Yes, Miss Julie, we're going to talk about Titanic, Honor, and Glory. I've been following them. I know I was in like the first couple years of high school when I first started following, or not high school, of college, when I first found them and was following them. So I've been following them for years. And they've made some crazy progress. And we're going to talk about all of it in case people in here are not aware. Thank you, Beersonal, by the way, for becoming a member. We're going to tackle all of that stuff. And it's going to be interesting. Because if you guys don't know about this project, it's freaking cool. And so we're gonna talk about it, figure it out. Play Roblox Titanic. We could. I seen the Titanic movie, and it wasn't bad. Nikki still has never seen it. She still has never seen it. I need to trim my wicks. Oh, how dare you? Yeah, I do. I did follow, I found a guy on TikTok who is like a candle snob. He's like I don't know how else to describe him other than that he is like a snob for candles. He has like a whole kit of tools in like a leather carrying case that he takes out and then he rolls them out flat and then he goes and he clips all the wicks and then he goes and he straightens the wick and he retwists it and it's got it down to a science. And I'm like, I just light it so it go on fire. I like the smell when I light it on fire. It's like the whole extent of my candle knowledge. But it just goes to show you there's a niche for everything. Somewhere out there, if you're like, that's so bizarre and obscure. No, somewhere out there's a dude that is like super anal about that particular thing. Like, to a crazy extent. Let's see. Ninja Lantern, good afternoon. Love being able to sit with a cup of tea straight after work to watch your stream. I appreciate that, Ninja, that you choose to spend your time with me. That's very, very sweet. And jolly good tea you be having, I'm sure. I was going to make tea, and then I forgot. And now we're here. So that's where we are. Let's see. Beersenol, hey, look, I just wanted to say I've been watching your vids for a long time and actually recently watching the streaming plays. I love your content, but more than that, I love your personality. Thank you. Oh, Beersenol, that's very sweet of you. I wish I could tell you that I've worked very hard at it, but it's just kind of me. So, and I know a lot of people don't like my personality, so I guess we'll just call it a wash. But there we are. The latest thing you guys have probably seen, the latest thing is those videos where I just like look at the reviews for the PSVR 2. Those pissed off some real hardcore Sony fanboys. Like, it's been a minute since I had a squad like that come in and try to mass like flag stuff and downvote stuff. And if you saw those videos and you were in the stream when we did that, I didn't think it was that scandalous. I didn't think we were that hardcore, but apparently I offended them greatly by daring to say I didn't think that was worth $550 with one game that's received like 7 out of 10s. Like, dear God Almighty, people freaked out. It was funny. I mean, it was honestly kind of hilarious, but it was just like, okay, like what it struck me as was people that already bought it, and then they saw the reviews were coming in, and they were kind of mixed for the games and the lineup, and so they were like, well, no, now I have to hate on everybody who isn't super hyped about it to make myself feel better about my purchase. And so it's just funny. Like, but what I've matured enough in my content creation journey at this point. I've matured enough to realize that that's actually quite helpful. And so they may be freaking out and like flagging the video over and over again, going in the comment section and trying to drop a bunch of, like, one guy went and he just copy and pasted the N-word like 30 times, trying to get the video taken down basically. But I don't think they realize that increases engagement, which for YouTube is what bases that video being recommended to people. So it helps me. So it's like, if you really want to screw people over on YouTube and you see the thumbnail that's like clickbait, don't click it and then go comment and be like, I'm really disappointed, downvote. That helps them. Don't do that. Just mark the little 3 dots, don't recommend again or not interested, whatever it is that it says, and then you move on and you forget about it. That's the best way to do it. That's my advice for, I guess, hurting YouTubers. I guess that's what it is. Let's see, what else? Let's see. Nice. Groovy.
I'm vibing!
Oh, that's so much louder than I thought it would be.
Luke Babuk donated $9.99
Thank
for Super
you.
Chat. Hey Luke, huge fan of the show. To follow up on your Mad Max vid, I would love to see a retrospective on that game. It's one of my favorite games of the last decade.
I will agree. First of all, thank you for $9.99. That's extremely generous. Secondly, I would also love to go back through it. I freaking love that game. And so any excuse to replay it would be awesome. I was kind of disappointed with the performance of that video. It made me think, for one, it might have been the format, so maybe a critique would do better. But the response and the engagement and viewership wasn't quite where I needed it to be. So I'll evaluate it, and maybe we'll do a critique or a retrospective a little more comprehensively, but we'll figure it out. But yeah, I would love to do it. Nobody wants to do that more than me, for sure. Zach, hey Luke, love your work, bro. Speaking from Perth, Australia here. Always love your critiques and live streams. PS 16 times the detail. You're damn right. There's 16 times the detail. Always. Always. Let's see. Did I miss another one? Blackjack, why are your live streams so engaging? I've been trying to figure it out. I have no idea. Are they engaging? Hopefully. I mean, thank you. I don't know what we're doing. It's like I was telling the mods. We had a mod meeting, like, maybe it was last month, but we met and we talked through stuff. And I was like, yeah, I don't really know what we've been doing that's been making people like show up to the streams. Like, we've been averaging about an hour or two into the stream. We've been averaging up towards 500, 600, 700 people. On a couple days, like around Hogwarts launch, when we were playing that, we had viewership in the like 1,000 to 2,000 range. Like, it was crazy. And I was like, I'll be real, I don't really know what we're doing right. I don't know if I just figured it out and I'm not aware of it, and the streams are more engaging now. I really don't know. But all I know is that more of you are coming. So I think that's good. I don't know why. I wish I could tell. So my master plan was to create a live stream environment, and I create this engagement loop where every 7.5 seconds I keep you engaged with something interesting popping up and moving. And then a sound effect plays, and that keeps you engaged because the clinical psychologist I got a paper from said this, and this. No, I'm just like, no, more people are here now. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why, but it's working. Oh, man. Luke looking fresh in that Henley shirt. Thank you. Don't let Nikki know that I unbuttoned. She likes it like 2 buttons up. Then it's not a Henley. This is a crew. Okay? If there's one button, that's not a Henley. You gotta let these things breathe. That's what you gotta do. Thank you, Strongish Guy, for the 2 NAS builder buy. I have an old PC case ready. I guess I didn't really build it. If Synologies don't count as building, I have not built them. But the software with the Synology NASs is preem. And that's more the reason that I go with the Synology stuff, because it just kind of works. So like, I've been paying, I don't know if you guys even care about this, but I'll tell you. So we back up the whole server, which has all of the gameplay recordings for all of the critiques, all the games we play for reviews, everything. I can show you. This is what it looks like. Oh. Well, that's problematic. Hold on. Display settings. Windows 11, ladies and gentlemen. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Display. Advanced multiple displays. What the hell is happening? Okay, NVIDIA control panel. Okay. This is what we get when we're trying to do our things. Set up multiple displays. Yeah, it just doesn't see the other monitor. Hold on. We swap and then swap back. Maybe. Did I unplug it accidentally? What did I do? Oh, maybe? Did that do it? Yay! I accidentally fixed it! Yay! Okay, this is what I was going to show you. This is the server where we store all of the footage for all of the games, all the critiques, everything. So it's all kind of backed up here. And you can see we've got pretty much any game you could think of is probably on here. And some of this is like, we have downloaded trailers. Some of it is like, if it's for an upcoming game, it'll be the announcement trailer or announcement thing. So we'll show that and we'll have that downloaded. But the goal is to basically have anything. So if I just offhandedly am like, so in The Last of Us Part 2, when I was playing a New Game Plus, I reached this point where something interesting happened. And if I pull up that clip, you can see I just have all of this downloaded. Apparently there we go. I have all of this stored. And this footage was recorded probably like 2.5 years ago. And so we just have it all. And some of it we delete out. Like, it's rare that we keep all of it like this. I knew they were working on a show. Like this was recorded July 7th of 2020. And then it was modified on the 26th, so I don't know what that means. But like, that's when this particular footage was recorded. And we still have it. And so all of this is backed up on the server, so we can reference it and we can go back to it. World War Z 2019. Did you guys play this? Oh, this is like during a beta. Yeah, look at that. I remember that game. So that's like 4 years ago, going on 4 years ago. It doesn't feel that long ago, but I have all of this stuff. So all of this stuff, all told, is about, I mean, I guess I could find out. Can I just right click on it? Properties. So what's on here is 17.4 terabytes. And that server has a capacity for like 42 terabytes with redundancy to lose one drive, I think it is. And what we also do is we back that thing up to Dropbox Cloud every night. And So it's all stored in the cloud. So Jacob or any other editors can just download stuff and make the videos with it. So if I say, okay, I need like in a critique or a review video, like even in the Atomic Heart review, I did this where I said, at least in Breath of the Wild, it worked like this. But in this game, it doesn't work like that. Or in The Last of Us Part 2, the AI works like this. When I say that, Jacob's able to then go into this server, pull up that game, a clip from that we've recorded, and then use that without having to either freshly record it or pull it from some YouTube video or something. So it works. Is it overkill? Yeah, kind of. But all of this to go back to the discussion of the Synology NASs. What we've decided to do, because it takes... how much do you pay for that much space? So that's a good question. For Dropbox, the reason we went with Dropbox is because Dropbox Business has unlimited data, but you pay a flat fee. And they assume you're going to use like 100 gigs, maybe 500. If you're like a dental office or a law practice or something, you're probably not going to use that much. I'm using like 17 terabytes and it goes up every month. Like we use more and more and more. So they definitely hate me. I'm the reason that it's probably not as profitable as it could be. But yeah, they priced it where they priced it. They said unlimited, so I'm going to use unlimited. So we're doing that. But that is between $750 and $800 a month, or not a month, a year. A month would be a problem. It's between $750 to $800 a year. But that's to have literally everything backed up. And you guys might recall, I wonder if I can find, I think I posted it to Instagram way back when. I had a power surge / wiring issue where my computer started smoking and like straight up fried itself. And so I got basically a stack of hard drives. Yeah, here it is. Follow me on Instagram. I barely ever post, but you should still do it. I posted, I don't know how to do this. I'm going to hold it up to the camera like a boomer. But that's a stack of hard drives. These are all like 8 terabyte Barracuda Seagate drives. And that's a stack of them. And they were all bricked. Completely bricked, totally unusable. Couldn't even be recovered and wiped to reuse and just, without data. Like they did not work anymore. They were fried. I took them to a data recovery specialist guy who has the like $20,000 tool and software stuff. And he looked at it after he plugged it in and he did the scan on it. He's like, no, these are paperweights, dude. He's like, it's a total waste of time. Total waste of time. So it was sad. So I never want to do that again because I lost a ton of footage from like 2015 to 2018, 19 when that happened. So now I just try to avoid it. But what we're going to do is we're going to be getting a second NAS that will be stored with Jacob in Wyoming. And we're going to parry them. Or match them in parity, I should say. So this thing will copy itself to that other NAS in real time whenever we do stuff. So he'll always have a local copy instead of having to download it from like Dropbox. Because Dropbox, the main issue we've had is that they don't like to let you download files over 20 gigs, which you guys will know videos pretty commonly can get over 20 gigs very, very quickly. I don't know what's a recent... Oh, well, Atomic Heart's a great example. Atomic Heart, this clip number 3, you see clip number 3 is 71.5 gigabytes. So this clip, just like you could not download, you couldn't do anything with it. Even if you wanted to, Jacob couldn't get that clip. So I had to go in there. I had to create a Premiere project. I had to cut it into 3 pieces, render each of those out, compress them, and then upload those separately for him to be able to put like a 5-second clip in from that opening section. Super annoying, super tedious. Whereas if we have the NAS mirrored, basically, it's just good to go. So, Megabyte or Megabes, maybe Megabate. I'm sorry. Thank you for the 5. Wouldn't a torrent be easier for your crew? Or Jacob, your internet, I assume, has great upload speeds. Why not use that instead of Dropbox? Well, that I agree. If the internet was good here, that would be a smart decision. But the problem is, I live a little bit out in the middle of nowhere, and the best speeds that I can possibly pay for, I'm on a business plan right now. The best speeds I can pay for are 300 down, 40 up megabits per second. So the best I can do is 40 megabits per second up. And so I can't, I was going to have Jacob just pull footage from this, give him access to this drive remotely, and he could just download from this. But the problem is, for that 72 gig file, that would take hours, where literally my entire network is at a crawl and is maxed out. So I can't do anything else on my computers or anything while that's happening. So it just sucks. And I told you guys, I asked you guys what the I asked you guys, or I told you guys what happened when I asked them for gigabit Ethernet. I asked these guys, I was like, I'm a business customer. I'm willing to pay more if I get better speeds and stuff. So how much would it be for me to get gigabit? Just get a gigabit up and down, easy. I don't even need like the crazy business 10 up, 10 down, just one. What's that? And they ran the numbers and they're like, so you'd be on a 2-year plan? Yeah, 2-year plan. Okay. Well, it's probably going to be about 1,800. Let's go. Okay. 1,800 over 24 months. That's really not that bad. Okay. Yeah. No, let's do that. And she's like, no. That's per month for the 2 years. I'm sorry, what? It was going to be just under $40,000 because they wanted to run the cable under the street direct to me and basically have me pay for bringing gigabit to the neighborhood.
Ian Allen donated $10 through Super Chat. Just letting you know that you're doing the Lord's work out here. I really enjoy your videos and live streams.
Oh, thank you, Ian.
How skeptical are you about the new RoboCop game that's coming out this year? Allegedly.
Well, thank you, Ian, for the 10. I will be completely honest. I have not kept up on that RoboCop game 2023 Rogue City. When did this, 7 months ago? RoboCop. How have I not seen this? I don't think I've seen this at all. Maybe in passing. I just don't remember.
Is this? Where is all the money?
We all saw it hesitate in a life and death situation. Why?
Listen, I would trust this guy with my kids. I mean, if I had any. This was just an isolated glitch.
Huh. Game Awards?
You are coming with me.
Yeah, I think you're right. The Game Awards. This rings a bell now. It comes out on Switch. Oof. I mean, it could still be good, but that always worries me a little bit. But maybe it's a cloud version because they're not releasing on PS4 or Xbox One. So maybe it's like a cloud version, like Control. I don't know. I mean, it could be interesting. Based on some of the stuff they showed here, it looks like a pretty solidly AA game, which can be good. I hope it, comes in at like $40 instead of a full 60, 70, but who knows? Well, we're going to talk about the Microsoft agreement that they just made to bring Call of Duty to the Switch And when asked, how does Call of Duty run on the Switch? They replied, it runs as you'd expect. And they left it there, which is super, super funny. They didn't even try to like, well, actually, it runs surprisingly well, and our team has worked really hard at optimizing it. They're like, it runs like you'd expect, but it's coming to Switch, which is pretty freaking hilarious. Wishlist now? They're scamming us. Dude, for real. That was such a... I was talking to Jacob about it. I was ready to be convinced. Like, I was braced and ready that I was going to go in there. I was going to watch that video, and then I'd be like, oh, crap. I've got to just move on. I'm not going to cover Atomic Heart. We're not going to buy it. None of that. And then that video was just so unbelievably dishonest. I couldn't believe it. It was insane. It's like, at least pretend like a little bit. It's wild. What happens if I change the resolution of this down to like... Does that work? No, that totally broke it. Hold on. I'm making things way worse. Oh no. What if I refresh the cache? Will that fix it? No, it will not. Okay, what did I just made it way worse. How do I undo? Undo. Control Z. Okay. I'm just not going to mess with it. I'm not going to mess with it. Okay. We're going to leave it there. Close. And then I'll just like zoom this up or something. There we go. That works. That works for me. Okay. Leave it on. I keep making it worse. Will you do a critique of the Dark Pictures games? I'd like to. I like the Dark Pictures games. Man of Medan is like actually horrible though, and I will stand by that. But the rest of it, I'm open to. I would like to. I find those kinds of games enjoyable. Sophie, it is pumpkin vanilla cream, and it smells quite delicious, actually. It smells very good. Nikki and I have been very good the last week about cooking and doing all sorts of stuff at home instead of shopping out, because we got our energy bill for this month, and they increased the bill by about 40% month over month. And our usage was the same. Just because they passed like a new law in Colorado, I guess, that I don't know what they're trying to do. I think they're trying to like force people to get solar panels. So they're doing this thing where they make it so you have to pay a surcharge during the day if you use electricity. So you pay like 1.5 times, which is insane. But like the baffling thing about it is it's like, yeah, we're going to force people to get solar panels because that'll be better for the environment. And we're going to do that by making it so unbelievably expensive to have energy that people will just be forced to get solar panels. But I'm like, if people's money is going towards just paying the electric bill, which they have to have, they're not going to have money left over to spend on $30,000 solar panels. Like, are you dumb? Like, what? It's so stupid. And plus, like, what it's mainly going to do is it's going to push people out. And I mean, maybe that's what they want. You know, Nikki and I have been saying for a while that we're going to be traveling to Florida here in a few months, and we're going to be trying that out. We're going to live out there for basically 2 weeks and just try it, and see what we think. And if it's awesome, we'll move out there probably late 24, early 25 and do that. But I'm just like, yeah, I mean, if it's not livable, if it's so stupid expensive to just survive, I'll just move somewhere where it's cheaper and where they don't have state income tax and where they have theme parks and where it's not ungodly dry. Let me re-up this. Thank you for the 5 again, Megabeast. Let's see if it reads it.
Megabees donated 5
Megabees.
Brazilian reals through Super Chat.
Thank
In
you.
a sea of desperate reviewers, your 2 channels are a breath of fresh air. Thank you for your content. BTW, you're very funny. Any plans on Twitch?
I mean, the door remains open for Twitch to approach and make like an offer for us to move, but they haven't done that even for the biggest reviewers or biggest streamers. Like Tim the Tatman, I think he was saying that Twitch's counteroffer. He said it like offhand on one stream soon after he moved to YouTube, and I don't think he was supposed to say it, but basically, I mean, he said that Twitch, they approached them and said, listen, YouTube's offering us X. Probably for him, like, you know, $1 million, $2 million, $5 million, something like that. And he went to Twitch headquarters and he had his lawyers reach out and said, listen, we are getting this offer from YouTube. Can you match it or beat it? Because we'd like to stay on Twitch, but, you know, this is a lot of money. So what will you do? And Twitch said, well, we've loved having you on the platform. Good luck. Send them off. So if they're not trying to pay extra for like the huge guys, they're not gonna come to me and be like, yeah, so you with your 500 to 600 viewers, would you come over and stream exclusively on Twitch now? It would take a new CEO of Twitch. It would take, or president of Twitch, I guess. It would take a new head of everything. They'd have to totally change their tactics. So I just don't think it's going to happen. We've been doing good on YouTube. We're making some money. We're getting there. But we're building something, you know, and that's what we are. Can you double dip with Twitch and YouTube? With YouTube, yes, I could co-stream on Twitch. The downside is that, for one, the appeal of Twitch is that chat integration, those bots work, moderation tools are way better. So, and those are things that you only really get to benefit from if you're exclusively streaming there. If you are co-streaming, it kind of defeats the purpose and the benefit of those things, right? Whereas if you are a partner on Twitch as well, if you're a partner on Twitch, you sign an agreement that says you cannot co-stream. You can stream on a separate platform at a different time with a different stream, but you cannot co-stream. You can't be on Twitch and on YouTube at the same time with the same stream output and be a partner. You can do it if you're not a partner, but if you're not a partner, then you don't get any of the big benefits that we'd want. Like for the, like, just putting it real, if we're streaming right now at 1080p here on YouTube, if I were not a partner on Twitch, you would not be guaranteed to get 1080p quality. They might max it out at 720p or less. Or what they've done a lot is they don't allow transcoding at all. So you'll get 1080p, but you can't lower the quality down to like 720p or 480, depending on where you are, if you need a better connection. And that's crazy. Whereas on YouTube, it just works. It just lets you do it. Plus, YouTube still has the 70-30 split, whereas Twitch is getting rid of the 70-30 split. And Twitch is hemorrhaging money, so they are trying desperately to make that up by pushing ads. And anybody who watches stuff over on Twitch knows that, like, dear God, it's bad. It's bad. You pop into one stream and it's like, it's the next 4 minutes of your life are going to be sitting through random Doritos commercials. It's insane. And the one thing is that it pushes people to go and become a freaking sub, because then they skip it, or to get Twitch Nitro, which I think is the thing that makes more sense. But yeah, like queued up 6 ads. Yeah. And they're actively trying to push streamers. What they told streamers was, if you are upset about the revenue split dropping from 70 to 30, we encourage you to utilize ad tools, which is basically their way of saying, if you're upset that we're cutting your pay, just run more ads, which actively makes the viewer experience worse. And I don't see how that's a fix. And that's the main thing. Like, most of you guys prefer watching on YouTube because you can pause it, you can rewind, you can watch at double speed, you can transcode, you can do all this stuff. But like, if we're on Twitch, there's none of that. It just doesn't work. Let's see. Dennis, I would like to correct you over your coverage of Skull and Bones. I had access to the private forums and 90% of the feedback was positive. Don't listen to Tom Henderson. Interesting. If you have any way of verifying that, or of like sending screenshots of the internal forum, then I'd be very much inclined to be, and like, I'll respect your privacy if you send it. I'm not going to say it was you, of course, but like, Of course, like Tom Henderson's like an accredited journalist who has sources, and respectfully, like if you don't have something to back it up, I have no reason to believe you, you know. So I if you have some way of doing that, then like send me some evidence of it in the Discord. I would love that. Maybe I can even make a video and I'll be like, yeah, no, we had an awesome dude come into chat and tell us that this report was bunk. I think that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. Twitch I only like for the picture-in-picture mode because I don't have YouTube Premium. Trying to save money. Lol. Get that. But otherwise, YouTube has more pros and cons. Yeah, I mean, the culture on Twitch is a different animal too. The chat culture is way better. You'll notice like YouTube streams, most of the chat is text. Most of the chat is people talking, which I like because I can bounce off of it. But on Twitch, most of the chat are like emotes and emojis. People will take like, put the I'm vibing one, and then I'll put in the Dorito Pope one. Boom. Lol. And like that's how they interact. And that's most of the chat. And whereas on YouTube, that's just not really the culture, which I don't mind. I kind of prefer this if I'm being real, but it's a different culture for sure. Different culture for sure. What's your Discord? If you go !Discord in the chat, then you will, it'll pop up with the link. The bot will tell you. I have picture-in-picture without YouTube Premium. I think you have to watch it through Safari. Am I wrong? I think that's how you have to do it. You have to watch it through Safari, then do that. And for that, just go to the Discord, my friend, Denise. And if you want to send me a DM, my name, I'm listed, the top right account at the top of the member list. You'll see me, and then just send me a DM. It'll go into my ridiculous inbox that is overflowing and that I need to catch up on. Anyway. I prefer this. You can't interact with anyone on Twitch. Yeah, well, and like, to be real, we've had a couple of streams where there's like, you know, 1,000, 2,000 people in chat, and it gets a little insane. And when you have that many people in here, reasonably, like, you're not going to be able to really engage much in chat. Let's be honest. By the way, speaking of engagement, everybody like the stream. Like the stream, or I will make another Assassin's Creed video, and I won't even apologize. Watch me. You doubt me? Watch me. I feel like the IQ of this chat is higher than the standard of Twitch by like 3 standard deviations. You know what? We try. I just think like, okay, well, you like those videos? Then like the stream, or I won't make another Assassin's Creed video. See? 2 can play at that game. Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Is it this one?
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
It's so stupid. It'll never get old. Oh, man. Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Oh, wow. The thing I miss in YouTube chat is the ability to add someone, or am I just dumb? I thought you could do that. I can. If I go at and then type in a username of somebody in chat, it works. Like if I go at Phil, and I just, maybe I have to put something in. SDF. Yeah, I guess it didn't ping him. That's weird. You can't add on mobile. So I just did that, and then maybe Dorito Pope. Is that working? I don't know, Phil, does it highlight it for you? It doesn't look like it on my end, but I don't know. Anyway. Oh, now the chat is glitching out. See, this is one of those things about the YouTube chat that kind of annoys me, is that it kind of freaks out. And I have to refresh it manually. What are you going to do? On Top Replica is the software for picture-in-picture. Folks makes use of that. Open source, if I'm not mistaken. Also love the AC Valhalla. Or sorry, AC Valhalla sound bad. Yeah, I love that too. It will never die. It will never die. Because it's awesome. Freaking love it. Freaking love it. Oh, man. Is this highlighted? Yes, that was highlighted for me. So maybe it's just not highlighted for everybody else except for the person who's been atted. That would make sense, actually. That makes a lot of sense. So I get that. That makes sense. Anyway, Basit, thank you for that. Dude, what site of Twitch you visit if that is your experience? All I see is uwu. What dis? Minecraft stream is popping off. Uwu twank you. Yeah, you know what? I guess it all just depends on where you're at and what content you are enjoying. I guess that's the lesson. Uwu. Uwu. There we go. That works. Yeah, I will be real. The other thing with it is, we've talked about this before, but the Twitch inconsistencies, I don't like that you can be like, I just really dislike how you can be canceled and lose your career and your livelihood out of nowhere. I don't like that. I really don't like that. That seems horrifying, especially because the rules are not consistently enforced. Like we've talked about this before, but like just the other day where some black streamers were streaming stuff, and I think they showed a video game. Like they were playing a video game. I think it was the Mortician Simulator or something, and they got permabanned. And then they looked it up and they found a handful of like white girls that were playing it in bikinis, and they didn't get banned. And they're like, so it really seems like there's a double standard here. And I don't like the double standard. And I get it. I get it. And there is a double standard, without a doubt. Nadia straight up doxed somebody that donated to her to talk crap. She straight up doxed that person. Without a doubt, she did it on stream live in front of thousands of people. She did it. And then she got like a 3-day ban or timeout, basically. And then she was brought back. For anybody else, that would be a permaban. But for some reason, for Nadia, it's fine. And what it seems like is that there's somebody at Twitch headquarters who just really likes Nadia because she's showing those chauvinistic dudes in chat who say she's cheating. And so, you go, girl, whatever. And it's just toxic. And I don't want to be a part of a culture like that, because either like, it's same thing with being part of like a criminal organization. It might be nice when you're in control and when you're benefiting from the corruption, but the moment it turns on you, you'll be crying foul and nobody will give a crap because you've been part of the problem for so long. I think almost certainly, yeah, Twitch is run by Sims, without a doubt. Yeah. I mean, you look at their inconsistent application of rules. I don't see how there's any way that you could come to any other conclusion, if we're being real. Never thought I'd hear Luke uwu, kind of bricked up. Uwu? You should have been in the Doki Doki stream, dude. You might have been. I don't know. I don't remember if we did uwu there. We should have. I saw a clip on Livestream Fails where a girl was literally wearing thong-like onesie bikini and laying her ass towards the camera by the pool. I think I saw the clip of that, and people were like, yeah, so how is this allowed? But like playing Mortician Simulator is not. It's crazy. And I agree, it's crazy. There. Oh, I just played the same one. Okay. Yeah, it's just the fact that it's so inconsistently applied is what's particularly infuriating to me. So if it were consistent, I'd be much more comfortable. And to be fair, YouTube's had its fair share of controversies, and YouTube's not perfect. Don't get me wrong. YouTube's not perfect in the least. But after doing this for a while, I can say I think YouTube's better. YouTube's the better of the two evils. I anticipated your statement, Megabe. I was way ahead of you. I saw that. I saw that coming. Saw that counter coming. Doesn't YouTube often do the same? Of course, Twitch is much more manual in their rulings, but don't you think YouTube does the same thing? Yeah, I think YouTube's problem is usually the automated system. Like when I had that God of War thing where I showed Kratos just leaping off the ledge in the first game, to rid him of his pain, basically, whatever the line is. When I showed that video got flagged for promotion of Robloxing yourself. And clearly it wasn't, but because I showed that, that's what they said. And then I re-edited the video and I said to the camera, the last video got struck because I had a clip in it where I showed Kratos committing Roblox. And so I cut that part out now. We're just not going to show it, but I just want you to know that that's where the last video went. And that new video got demonetized again. And when I appealed it, within a minute, it came back in my email that it had been manually reviewed and had been marked as correct in the original ruling. Like, there was not enough time for them to watch the video. They didn't watch the video. Nobody watched the video. Or if they did, get the notification. There's somebody off in a call center somewhere and they have it on their computer. Oh, a thing just popped up. Somebody filed an appeal. Nope, confirm. And they just went back to talking with their desk mate. There was no evaluation, nothing. And I think it's just because they have these people that that are reviewing these things without any sort of standards and verification. Like, what they should do is that they should have a rating system where somebody can say, like, okay, did you actually watch the video? YouTube has these amazing tools. They can see if their employees watched the video, that they're gauging whether or not it should be overturned from the automatic system. But enough people complained about that they've been getting better. But that's kind of the moral of the story, is that YouTube tries to get better as far as I can tell. YouTube takes steps. They improve stuff little by little. It takes a long time to make improvements, but they work at it. Whereas Twitch, every step of the way just seems to be getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And to me, that's the main frustration. Angry Joe had that too. Yeah. Angry Joe had a ton of stuff like that. Ton of stuff like that. Ocular Candy, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. I just don't think they care. I mean, in the context of the employees, I think the main issue is that they, like, they're asked to review 100 videos a day or 200 videos a day, and to them, it's just another appeal. So if they just say, nope, the bot got it right, confirm, and they just move on, it's not a big deal for them. But for me, like, that's the difference between me making rent that month. Hello? Hello? Knock, knock?
I love how he says it.
Oh, hey. Do you want to say hi? Hey, guys. Hi. He started wearing his sunglasses because he's pretty cool. He's a pretty cool guy. You want to check out the Legos? Go check them out. You guys gonna go on a walk, or did you go on a walk?
We're gonna go to Hobby Lobby here
Ooh.
and grab some bridal shower gifts on my mom's behalf.
Sweet.
But I gotta do it and be home by 1.
Oh, yeah.
Because the snowstorm's supposed to, like, peak.
Oh. Yeah, there's a big snowstorm blowing through Colorado.
So apparently, like, blizzard whiteout conditions won't be able to see from 1 to 7.
Oh, jeez.
So that's, yeah. So we're gonna try to do this before 1.
Yeah, okay.
It's beautiful outside right now. It's chill.
Hello. Hello. He's so cool. He's just so cool. Yeah. He's dripped out. Yeah, he is.
Ready to go.
Looks like a celebrity hiding from the paparazzi. Yeah, for real. What did you throw?
Probably a boat.
What'd you throw? This? I don't know where this came from.
That's the tower that goes above the main hall. Yep.
Can I put this here?
On. He doesn't want to destroy it. It just happens while he's admiring it. I don't know. No.
No.
Lucky, should we go finish Daddy's laundry?
Laundry. I don't know where this one came from.
It is definitely Hogwarts. Hogwarts Legos. It's the castle.
I triggered a bunch of nerds.
How?
Bunch of nerds.
Doing what?
Because I called them Legos as well.
Uh-huh.
And everybody freaked out and they're like, Luke, you sound like such an American. The term in plural is Lego, which is correct. But you're still nerds. That's all I have to say.
What?
Yeah, it's Lego.
Even the plural, they made a singular and plural word the same?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It should be like Lego
Like
then.
deer.
Like Lego and Lego.
That's a deer. And there's deer over there.
There's a lot of deer.
There's a moose. There's a herd of meese, you know?
I'm like thinking goose and geese right now. What? That's not even fair. Like, I guess it's Legoland and not Legos land, but oh man. My world has been turned upside down. Am I uncultured? It's always been Legos.
You got a dementor?
I don't know. But are Eggo waffles Eggos? Thank you.
Different thing.
No, I'm because in all the advertisements it's Lego my Eggo, not Lego my Eggos. And we know that they're eating more than one. You have to. This is America.
Yeah, I'll put it here.
I'm thrown.
That goes up.
I actually didn't know that there was a Legoland in the UK. That blows my mind. Did you know there's a Legoland in the UK?
Yeah, I think so.
I had no idea. That's more of a Florida thing in my brain. For some reason, I just attribute Legoland with, it's the same as alligators to me. Legoland and alligators are the same. And I don't, the UK and alligators, those just don't click for me. So why would there be a Legoland there? That makes no sense.
I don't know where that piece went. Can I help? Daddy help? You gonna help Mama go shopping?
In Kansas City. Okay. All right. Legoland is in Windsor. You know what I found was super, super weird is they have a whole bunch of Lego stores, but specifically in malls. But it's not like called the Lego store. It'll be like the Lego experience. Or they have Crayola, the crayon company, has something called the Crayola experience. And it's like an aquarium of crayons. I don't know how to feel about that.
Do you want to say bye-bye to everyone?
You want to say bye-bye, Lucky? We're going to go bye-bye. Luke is like, get her out of here before she says something horrible.
So start talking about
She'll
hand
start
stuff.
talking about hand stuff. You say bye-bye.
Bye, bye, bye.
Bye, I love you.
Can
You go kiss? Yay! Okay, we go bye-bye. Bye.
What a good guy.
Okay, let's go move Daddy's laundry. You help me?
I can also do that later.
He likes it.
Oh, he likes it?
Do you want it on
He likes it.
normal dry?
Yeah. Much love. Oh, what a good dude. Oh, what a good dude. Oh, man. Yeah, he's so badass. He's so much better than I'll ever be. Oh, man. I need a closer look at that Hogwarts castle. I think when I do, I'm going to film a like studio tour kind of thing where I go through and I show how the studio works. I'll show all of the different cameras, the lights, the computers. I'll just guide everybody through it. and it'll go up as a video on the live channel. And I think when I do that, I'll give because I'll film it on my phone. I'll just give a close-up view of the Lego sets and stuff, which could be super fun. Don't have a lizard? Yeah, he's right here. He's just out of frame. You can kind of see the enclosure, the green reflection on the glass. You can see that. He's in rumination right now because it's the cold months. So he doesn't really move much. He's not very interesting. It's like their mini hibernation, basically. They slow down, they chill out, and they're like, leave me alone. He's a good little dude, though. Would you get a snake? I like snakes a lot, but the thing with the bearded dragons and the snakes and lizards in general is, for one, they tend to be a little smelly. Two, they require enclosures that tend to be pretty hot, so anywhere you place them, it's going to be hot. Three, if you have cats, the cats will make it their life's goal to get in there and to kill it, which is a problem. It works if I keep him in this office, but it doesn't work so well if I were to try to move him at literally anywhere else in the house. And the biggest thing, like 4, is that lizards and snakes, especially like ball pythons and stuff, they live like 15 years. So you're getting a little creature that you need to take care of, and it may, I mean, like that thing, if I bought a ball python right now, it could be alive until I'm 40. That's crazy. It'll be alive until Lockie is most of the way through high school. And like, that's a lot. That's a lot. So it's just a big commitment, you know. It's a big commitment. Wait, how old is Luke now? I'm 25. We've been through this. I know I look 30 or I seem 30. People say that all the time. I'm a boy. Boy. Does the metal bracelet on your Apple Watch go on the same trim as the one you're wearing? The metal bracelet on your Apple Watch go on the same trim as the one you're wearing? I'm not sure what you mean, JJ. If you could rephrase that. I'm not sure what you mean. Only 25. I'm 20. You 5 years older than me. Damn, bruv. A lot can happen in 5 years. Some of you guys were here 5 years ago. Some of you were with me. Back when all of this started. Let's do this. Hold on. Okay. I think it's about time that we talk about an actual topic, I think. And that's what we do. Do you ever wonder if that skull will leave some marks on your boy, seeing it whenever he enters the room? No. Not really. I was so freaking sheltered as a kid that I have, like, the Tim Burton morbid fascination with the ghoul and macabre. I think if you want to make a kid obsessed with something, you hide it from them. So if you want them to deal with it and have a healthy relationship with it, you expose them to it, teach them about it, and confront them. There's nothing inherently scary about skulls or bones or anything, or at least there doesn't have to be. I think it's just, you know, the more you shelter people, I think the worse things will get, because people just naturally, especially in like teen years, your brain just wants to look at things that you are not supposed to look at. And if your parents don't want you to do something, you'll want to do that thing. So that's at least my approach to it. Let's see. My parents exposed me to the macabre, and now I'm terrified of the world. Live League survivors. Well, that's different. Live League. Okay. When I talk about macabre, I'm talking about, like, going to the spooky museum of medical curiosities or watching Tim Burton movies. I'm not talking about like watching videos of beheadings. Okay. Like, let's be completely clear. Just want to be clear, because I think we have different standards or different definitions. I get it. Yours is like actually macabre. I'm talking about like, Tim Burton movies, but like that's how sheltered I was. I think it's good that I'm not, to be clear, let's just get this out on the table now. I'm not saying that you take your toddler and you show them live leak videos. I don't think you should do that. That's a bad idea. You should not do that. And that's a way to raise a serial killer. But not saying you are a serial killer favorites, but I don't know. I don't know you. Maybe you are. Who knows? But what I mean is not sheltering them from like even the most basic things. Like when I was growing up, my family almost didn't take us to see Curious George, the movie, the cartoon movie with Curious George, a curious monkey. Almost didn't take us to see it because there was a big idol from an ancient civilization, an idol of a monkey. And in our church circles, the word was that this idol was implied that it should be worshipped as well, which would be idolatry. And so if you didn't want your kids to see a representation of idolatry, which of course is against one of the 10 Commandments, then you shouldn't see the movie. Like, that's how sheltered I was. Like, Curious George, the movie, rated G, I'm pretty sure, was potentially over the line. So, I'm not going to swing so far the other way, but, I turned out okay. Okay, I turned out fine. But it's also because come college and come high school, I started to really branch out and try stuff and watch movies, and I did plays and things that exposed me to parts of the world that I had previously been hidden from. Yes, such a rebel. Such a rebel. What denomination? We were kind of everything. Everything from Bible Belt Baptist to Dutch Reformed Calvinists, and everything in between. But still like Reformed. We never went Catholic or anything like that. My dad was raised Catholic, and he was like a whatever, the boys, altar boys. Is that the term, or is that like a? I think it's altar boys. But he did that, and then I guess moved out. Yeah. Bible Belt Baptist. So like when we lived in Texas, we went to some Baptist churches. And that's what I was raised in. Initially in the early part of my life when we lived down south. Later on towards like closer to high school, we started going to some more Dutch Reformed churches, which are just, they're really, I don't know. They're filled with a very unique crowd, like a very serious crew that is just extremely, I don't even know how you describe it. Like, maybe I just show you. It's a crowd of people that are just super, super confident that they are right in literally everything. And the way that they define it is that they say they cannot possibly be wrong, right? They have absolute certainty. So like one of the ways that one of the apologists that was like a rock star in my church that I grew up in, one of the ways he would describe things is he's like, no, everybody knows that the Christian God is the God that's real. And that's why God can send people to hell, because everybody knows sufficient to their condemnation that God exists. So even if you say you don't know, like for sure, you don't know that the God of this denomination is the true one, you're lying, because you do. And there is no possible way that I could be wrong. It would be like, in the context of video games, if I'm saying, no, The Last of Us Part 2 is an amazing video game, and everybody knows that it's an amazing video game. And if you disagree with me, you're lying, because I cannot possibly be wrong about The Last of Us Part 2 being an amazing video game in every way. You'd be like, well, screw you, dude. I'm not going to bother talking to you. Because, like, what's the point? Like, you just admitted that there's no possible way that you could be wrong or that you could convince yourself otherwise. But like in that church that I grew up in and I was surrounded by, and at the time I really believed all of it. I was like, no, that makes sense. Because if we're right, and if this is true, then that is true. Yeah, you're talking about The Last of Us 2 subreddit. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's delusional thing. Well, and it's more than anything, it's just not useful thinking. Like, it doesn't get you anywhere. Right? Like, it doesn't get you anywhere. Like, that's not going to convince anybody, because all it does is it just makes people that agree with you nod their head and snap. Which, by the way, is a pet peeve of mine, is when people, like in moments where you're supposed to clap, when people go, I hate it. It seems like intentionally disrespectful. The standard in American culture is when something's awesome, when somebody finishes a performance or a song or something, you clap. That's the cultural standard. But people come in here and they're like, get out of here. Get out of here. Describing all of Twitter. I cannot stand it. It's that, and people that go like clap while they talk. I can't stand that. Or like, there was somebody I knew in college where everything she talked about, the hand would always do this weird, like, wipe the window motion for everything. Everything. My point is that this is actually really cool, because this all is important to recognize, because I am an intelligent person and you don't know what you're talking about. I cannot stand it. It drives me crazy. Luckily, I don't run into that very often anymore. But in college, dear God Almighty, it was bad. It was like, when people start doing it, I disengage. My brain turns off. Otherwise, I'll get pissed. I'm like, I just can't deal with this. Like, oh. The Last of Us Part 2 is a great game. And if you don't understand that, then that is your problem. That's a way to get me to get in there, freak out. Jeez.
Nick Fornelli donated $5 through Super Chat. Luke snaps when the plane lands.
Oh, thank you for the 5. It's just, oh man. That I'm going to watch this. I'm going to get a DM or something from somebody who's like, I really felt hurt because I talk like that, and I felt like you were attacking me when you described this, and I just really wanted to get that out there. Like, okay, I'm sorry, I guess. We've set up like protections, because we've started to get random like letters and messages kind of like that are just bizarre. And so we've started to like set up protections where like my management is a step between the public and me, so I don't have to deal with those comments directly. Just because it's so like there's getting to be a lot more of them, and they somehow are becoming like even stupider as time goes by. And it's people who like they've never watched the videos or anything, and it's people like, I felt very attacked by your coverage of Hogwarts Legacy, and I just thought that you would be better. And like, I searched their name on our community tabs. They've never been active. They've never done anything in the channel. Like, maybe they watched a few videos, I don't know. But like, why are you sending this weird email full of misspellings to me on this point? It's weird. You have your own schizos? I mean, we're going to get to the point where it's probably going to get a hell of a lot worse. I try to not encourage that type of things. Those types of things. I try not to push the point where we see a lot of that. And And I don't engage with it. Like I said, if I were like replying those emails, if I was tweeting about them, we'd get a hell of a lot more. But because I very intentionally don't, you just don't feed the trolls. Don't feed the trolls. Oh. Luke, thank you for that too. You were sheltered, and my favorite movie at 6 was Rambo. Dude, that's hardcore.
Luke Sands donated $2 through Super Chat. You were sheltered, and my fav movie at 6 was Rambo.
That's hardcore. Let's see this one. I'm catching up. We're just gonna have to start doing this because, like, when we start talking, you guys are very generous, so stuff fills up, and I can't really keep track of it real time.
Brazilian reals through Super Chat.
Thank you.
On your God of War video, I once sent a TikTok style vid. Would you make a sort of best 3 vids? We editors would love something like that.
I once sent a TikTok style vid. Would you make a best 3 vids? A best of 3 vids? I once sent a TikTok style vid, like cut from the video in God of War. Would you do some sort of best 3 vids that you guys have cut together? Is that what you mean? I guess I don't really understand. You don't have to send another super chat, but if you could follow up and explain kind of what you mean, I don't think I fully understand. Luke, also you need to read my last soup in a Dobby voice. Thank you for the 2. Raising the ante. Oh, this is why I was over with Lockie. This is when I was over with Lockie. That's why I didn't see these. Raising the ante. Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. For this $2, luckily I'm to admire or seriously enjoy. Oh, but that in a Dobby voice. Hold on, let me see if I can get the. Hold on. Please hold. I saw somebody do this. No, that's not it. Hold on. Please hold. No, I don't want to contact sales.
Stefan Konstantin Dimitrashe donated Ron 25 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
I noticed some kind of vocal patterns with some YouTubers, and once I notice I cannot focus on what they have to say. Luckily, you don't have that.
I appreciate that, Stefan. Or maybe you just haven't discovered them yet. That's more likely. What I will say, what I will say is that one of my things that I've noticed a lot of people do that I personally get kind of triggered over is when people say right or okay after every like phrase. So an example would be I'm describing something. I'll just keep going with the Last of Us Part 2 example because I keep using it. And it's like, I don't even know what to say. So The Last of Us Part 2 is a phenomenal game, right? And it's fantastically well put together, okay? And the voice acting is incredible, right? The acting is incredible, right? The gameplay systems are way more intense and comprehensive than anybody would have thought, right? And like they keep tossing in right over and over and over and over and over again. And there's a bunch of YouTubers I've noticed that do that. There's a bunch of like, I watch like these debate channels, these like modern day debates and those channels. And there's a bunch of people they have on that do this as a verbal tick. And I don't know why. I don't know why like certain types of people are more prone to doing it than others. But it's like these debate bros do it all the time with the right and okay. And I think it's because it's like a subtle assertion. They say it. They'll say something kind of scandalous or iffy, and then they will just toss in right and expect that to just be, okay, well, he said right, so he must be correct. but that's something that drives me crazy. Oh, Jesus, Devin. Thank you, Devin. Very generous. Jeez. 10 gifteds. Wow. Well, welcome everybody. If anybody's in here that was not a member, check the screen because we just got Craig, Stanky, Matthias, Raven, Jan, Chris, Irock, Charles, Caden, and Zeris, or Zeres maybe, all gifted memberships from our good friend Devin. That is crazy. That's wild. Thank you, my friend. Very generous. Very, very generous. Let's see. What I mean by vocal patterns is raising or lowering the voice in rhythm. It's not a word pattern, but like a tonal pattern. Interesting. So it's like, is it the one tone thing that drives me crazy is the TikToker thing that's super popular now, where people will be, hey guys, I'm going to be making a TikTok where I'm talking about this, and they just talk in this monotone but high pitched loud thing. Where they're, hey, I'm just and you can't even really understand it. It drives me insane. It's like this bizarre Mr. Beast style thing. It's so infuriating. It's infuriating. Nick. Jeez, thank you, Nick. Nick just gifted 5 more memberships. Goodness gracious. That is wild. Thank you guys. You guys are both very generous. My goodness. That makes this stream, we're already at 20 new members. That's crazy. So welcome, Blackjack. Thank you, Jorge. Thank you, Pat. Or welcome to these guys. Pat, Irock. Oh, yeah, you already got yours. Brandon and Ghost. All gifted memberships. That's crazy. Yeah, it's Fred. Yeah, I forgot Fred was a thing. I watched a video. It was like a 3-hour video breakdown that some, was it Quentin Reviews? I think that's who it was. But he did like a pretty comprehensive breakdown on the history and the background of Fred. And it was like a 3-hour retrospective going through the original videos and then the story arc. And then like there was this plot that cut through all of it where Fred was secretly, or his mom was a crack addict or something. Like, there's way more layers to it than I ever understood or knew. I was like actually kind of baffled. And so I was like, okay, there's more to this than I thought. Like, who knew? It would be like if somebody did that with like the Shane Dawson videos from back in the day. You remember like Shanae and those guys? All those characters that Shane Dawson did that would not fly today, where he's like definitely, like he even did blackface in a bunch of those videos. But like, oh God, that was... Can you imagine if he did a breakdown of Shanae is actually like a sympathetic character and then goes back through all those videos? I think that would be hilarious. That'd be great. Biggity08, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you very much. Welcome. And Ghost gifted 5 memberships as well. Jeez. Passing it on. Take one, pass it on. Double it, give it to the next person. Thank you. Gets gifted membership and then passes them on. That's wild, my friend. Appreciate you. Welcome, Crazy Thumbs. Welcome, Crimson, Hashasino, Ron, and Wicked Money. Welcome, everybody, to the membership club. That's freaking awesome. Crimson, parentheses, I like Butters. Dude, I love Butters so much. I freaking love Butters. Oh, especially like the episodes where they've taken him and they put him with Cartman are actually my favorites. Like they play so well off of each other. It's great. Yeah, very generous. Oh, and Biggity just gifted another membership to Jamcast or Yamcast. Thank you, my friend. That's very generous too. Look at this. When it rains, it pours. When the love comes, the love flows. That sounded sexual. I'm so sorry. But welcome, everybody. We're going to be doing a members-only stream. Potentially, I think what we'll probably do is we will do the PlayStation State of Play tomorrow. And then probably later in the evening or right after, we'll transition into a members-only stream where if you're a member, you can come hang out and we'll just chill and rock and roll. Jesus goodness. Nick just gifted another 5. You guys are ridiculous right now. This is actually stupid. That's extremely generous, guys. Thank you so much. And welcome to the membership club. Cecilia, welcome. Jacob, Brecht, Nicole, and Connor Does Rugby. Welcome, everybody. You can now watch members-only streams. Yeah. And we'll do one, like I said, the plan is to do one tomorrow. We'll do the members, or we'll do the state of play, and then we'll do a members-only stream after, and rock and roll. It'll be awesome. So that's great. Tyson, not yet. We're just about to get into this, and then like actual craziness began happening. So we're just rolling with it. We're just rolling with it. That's crazy. Thank you, everybody, for all the gifteds, all the memberships. You guys are absolutely crazy. Incredibly generous. Very, very humbling. So thank you. We do have a community Discord. If you go !Discord in the chat, the bot will give you the link to it. We have, a few thousand members actually. So do that, pop over there. We have a really good time. Great people, and definitely join. Okay, let's do this. Let's finally talk about this. Just as a point of warning for everybody, I'm going to pause briefly the notifications for like all of this, all of the memberships, donations, and stuff. I'm going to pause them. I will get to them if you send anything through while we go through this, but we're going to turn this into a stream clip, so I think it'll be easier when people watch the replay if it's just, straightforward. So let's do this. Let's talk about it. And like the stream, you filthy animals. Like the stream, you filthy animals. Yeah, and Phil, it should, in theory, give me it should save them over here on this list I have. But if not, we'll check them. Then I can go through those. But anyway, okay, let's talk about this. So I guess we'll turn this into a video. So I should do like a more sorted intro. So everybody knows that the Microsoft, Activision, Blizzard acquisition is kind of up in the air. Like, it's something that's been hotly debated over the last year or so, and for good reason. I mean, it's a huge acquisition. A $70 billion acquisition is nothing to scoff at, and as a result, people are really, really iffy on whether or not it will actually go through. And there's been a lot of debate on it. If we go here, how we can break down what the general sentiment is with this. I'm getting so excited, I'm like stumbling over my words. This is Activision Blizzard's stock ticker, and Activision Blizzard's stock ticker is currently at 77.39. 77.39 seems like a pretty good stock price. The reason that this is of note is because Microsoft offered $95 a share. Okay, so this is not 95. So why isn't it 95? Microsoft offered to buy it for 95. If the market were perfect, this would be at 95, because everybody would be like, well, Microsoft's about to buy it for 95, so we'll trade it up to 95, and that's the fair price because that's what it's going to trade for once the deal goes through. The reason it's not there is because of one big, very important, juicy word: uncertainty. And that's the operative term in this case. It's really not clear if this deal goes through. And so right now, the fact that we see this trading down at 77 when the perfect price, if the deal were confirmed going through, we got word today, yep, it's going through, it's happening, this would immediately shoot up to 95. It would trade all the way up there, and then it would stick at 95. So there's still a good amount of uncertainty. And if we go back in time, like year to date, you can see over the course of the year, there's been dips. And pretty much all of this, right now, it's not trading off of company performance mostly. It's mostly trading off of whether or not this deal goes through. You can see right around here on the 6th, there was news that I believe it was the European Standard Board was going to get involved, and they were going to oppose the deal, and they had notes and things that they wanted them to change. And so that popped in here, and then like, maybe we overreacted. Nope, we definitely didn't. We're still very scared. And then it progresses. People calm down a little bit, and you can track this all the way back a year. Actually, let's go like 3 years. And you can see like the stock started trading lower and lower and lower, really low. And then they announced that they want to buy it. And then it shoots up to 81, and it's been floating there ever since. So what's changed? Like, is this actually going to go through? Do they have a chance at actually pulling this off? It's a little complicated, but if we look at some of the latest news, Microsoft is starting to get aggressive, because basically the only reason this wouldn't go through is because of lobbying from PlayStation mostly. And you will say, well, Luke, there's been lobbying from other companies, not PlayStation, for this deal not to go through. Yes, but most of that lobbying, for example, Nvidia lobbied pretty heavily that this deal shouldn't go through and that it would decrease competition. Why would they do that? The reason they do that is because if they lobby and they stand in opposition to the deal, they can get Microsoft to give them something to get them to calm down. They'll freak out and then they get something and they sit back down. It's just basic like negotiations, you know, like, okay, well, these people, Microsoft really wants this $70 billion deal to go through. They really, really want it to go through. They're putting $70 billion on the line. So I'm going to stand up, cause a little fuss, and get them to throw me a bone. And then I'll sit back down. So I win, they win, because now I'm not standing in their way anymore. Everybody wins. Everybody's happy. So, like, there are other companies, sure. But most of this is being headlined by PlayStation. And PlayStation's argument so far has been that Microsoft is actively building out what will effectively be a monopoly, and it will be bad for consumers, it will be bad for competition, it will be bad for all of these other little pieces. It's just going to be bad for everybody if this acquisition goes through. Let's be honest, okay? We're going to use more than 10% of our brains on this. Let's be honest. PlayStation mainly is worried because this will mean that Microsoft gets a huge asset, which is they will have as eventually an exclusive Call of Duty. Most of this is Call of Duty. And Call of Duty is the biggest gaming franchise on the planet. It's massive. And for it to be an Xbox title is it's a freaking big deal. There's no other way to put it. Even if it like comes to PlayStation, even if it comes to platforms elsewhere for a set period of time, Microsoft owning that is very good for Microsoft, and it's not good for PlayStation. Because what do you know? PlayStation's been trying to pay for exclusive missions, exclusive advertising items, and marketing materials for every major release for the last 10 years, and this will all of a sudden become a massive franchise that they can't do that with. They can't. And before anybody says, well, PlayStation's actually better. Nah, not really. Hogwarts Legacy, what's been called by many people the best quest in that entire game, where you get to open your own shop in Hogsmeade, where you get to sell your goods to other wizards in the game, a quest where you get to go into a haunted mansion and go on this whole like semi-horror quest. That's a console exclusive to PlayStation. They paid a fat stack to cut that out of the game and make it only available to PlayStation players. And they just did that. So if you're going to come in here and pretend as though PlayStation has clean hands, they don't. They're complaining when it's convenient, and then they shut up about exclusivity and being pro-consumer when the eyes aren't on them or when it benefits them. For 1 year, I mean, it's still exclusivity. I mean, come on. Come on. I'm still pissed about this exclusive quest. Yeah, I'm baffled more people aren't talking about it. It's amazing to me. It's like actually stupid. I get it. Oh, it's exclusivity. Crimea River. You want the deal to go through. Yeah, I guess I want the deal to go through, but mainly because I want somebody to be able to hold PlayStation's feet to the fire. Right now, and we'll get to this in a moment, right now, according to most of the research that's been done recently, especially surrounding this deal, it looks like Sony holds about 70% of the market share as far as revenue is concerned in the AAA gaming market. And Xbox is cleaning it up a little bit lower than that, and then Sony or then Nintendo has a little cut of it underneath that. But most of the revenue is coming into PlayStation. So for PlayStation to pretend as though they're like, oh, we're the underdogs and we need help from regulators, it's really rich. It's pretty rich. But basically what Microsoft has begun to do is they've begun to come to companies that might have been initially concerned about all of this and then win them over to support the deal. So then PlayStation looks like the whiny crybabies on the sideline, and Microsoft can just be like, look, the entire industry supports this deal. It's just this one company that's freaking out because their monopoly, their not monopoly, but their extreme control over this industry is about to be shaken up, and they don't like that. So they're trying to fight it to the nail. But all these other companies are on our side. And one of the ways they've been doing that is that they've been pledging, this was originally written in December of 2022, Microsoft pledged to put Call of Duty on the Nintendo Switch if the deal was approved.
From Game Freak's
Alexa, stop. I was not talking to her. What's her deal? So, yeah, imagine this guy just staring at you while you work all day. Can you imagine? Dude, I would just be working away. I'd be doing my thing. Huh. Oh, okay. Oh. And that would happen probably 4 or 5 times a day. Without a doubt. I'm always, okay, this is kind of funny, but I'm always baffled that some of these people have like, I can't tell. Are these look like custom chairs? I don't think these are Secret Lab chairs. I don't know. These look like Aerons, like Herman Miller Aerons, but these might also be just cheaper chairs. I don't know. I'm pretty sure these are Aerons. And if these are Aerons, these are like $1,800 chairs. Like, these are very nice chairs. These are like, $500 chairs, but these are very nice chairs. This is a chair that like Barack Obama uses in his private study. And I know that because they put it on their website, because I was looking for a chair because my back is bad. I'm like an old man. But yeah, these are okay chairs, but like these are okay. These are very nice chairs if they're what I think they are. But anyway, so they've made this commitment. They've said they'll bring Call of Duty to Nintendo's Switch if the deal goes through. Now, when they were asked how it would run, they basically said, which is really funny to me, it will run about as well as you expect, which is really funny because we all expect it to run remarkably poorly. And it looks like it will. So, it is what it is. It just is what it is. But they've continued on. So Microsoft, what they said, Phil Spencer said, is, quote, Microsoft is committed to helping bring more games to more people however they choose to play. Which, this is the narrative that they have to set up. PlayStation's upset with Microsoft over all of this because PlayStation is saying Microsoft is going to decrease competition. They're going to make these games exclusive, which is bad for consumers, and therefore it shouldn't be allowed to go through. And Microsoft's whole policy so far through all of this has been to say, nope, we're bringing it to more places. We're going to make it so Call of Duty's on the Switch. We're going to bring it to PlayStation for a predetermined amount of time, 7 years or something. And we're going to even possibly bring Game Pass to the Switch and to all of these other platforms. So we're going to make it better for consumers, not worse. And now what they're doing is they're putting PlayStation in a position where they have to try to argue that this is actually anti-consumer and PlayStation's practices are not, which is really, really tough to do. Let's see. The main supposed potential anti-competitive risk Sony raises is that Microsoft would stop making Call of Duty available on PlayStation, but that would be economically irrational, he said. He being Brad Smith, vice chairman and president of Microsoft. Let's see. A vital part of Activision Blizzard's Call of Duty revenue comes from PlayStation game sales. Given the popularity of crossplay, it would be disastrous to the Call of Duty franchise and Xbox itself by alienating millions of gamers. And I think this is like what PlayStation realizes, and this is kind of the operative thing. Realistically, for 7 to 10 years, they will keep Call of Duty on PlayStation. You'll be able to get it. But guess what? PlayStation, you're going to have to pay $70 for the game. Maybe they'll have Warzone as well. It will still be like free to play. But if you want the actual game, like it's going to be full price, all of that. And what they'll do is on Xbox, the full version of the game comes with Game Pass. So you don't have to pay extra for all of that. You don't have to pay extra for all of the cosmetics. Like, they'll have microtransactions for sure, don't get me wrong. But like the core game, when it says like buy this to get access to the multiplayer mode, that will be included in Game Pass. Whereas on PlayStation, you'll have to pay $70 for it. And over 7 years, their hope is, and Microsoft's hope is, that people are going to just say, screw it, I'll just get an Xbox. And slowly, they'll start to discontinue their PlayStation use, move over to Xbox, and then become hooked on Game Pass and all of that stuff. So it's a long play, but I think it's one that's actually quite compelling, and that probably works, especially because within 7 years, we'll have a new console generation, which is something to remember. I mean, we're talking so far down the line that we're talking into the PlayStation 6 and Xbox, whatever, cardboard, whatever they call it, like the Xbox Chronic Compluche 4 or whatever. Their naming scheme is so screwed up, but and they're going to try to win people over slowly. That's Microsoft's play, and PlayStation knows that's their play, which is why they're kind of freaking out. So pretty straightforward. Nothing too surprising there. And, you know, over the course of the last few months, this has been a continued point of contention. There's a lot of concern from regulators that this deal would harm gamers, according to UK's regulators. But they've noticed they laid out possible remedies, and they're trying to fix it. And one of these remedies that they're laying out, let's see if I can find it real quick. Let's see. Yeah, antitrust lawyers say the CMA tends to prefer structural solutions like asset sales when faced with potential competition concerns over commitments from companies to behave in a certain way. So-called behavioral commitments, such as Microsoft's promise to make Call of Duty available on equal terms for other platform operators, can be difficult to enforce compared with structural changes, which is certainly true. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But what they're saying is that the regulators would prefer them to break off Blizzard from Activision, or to make it so, yeah, you can acquire Blizzard, but you can't acquire Activision. That has to stay an independent company. And then they can say, well, maybe just the mobile department. You can buy the mobile games and then make that a part of your business, but you can't buy the other stuff. So there's all of this other little crap that gets tossed in here. I don't know if they still want the deal if they can't get, like, Call of Duty. I think most of this deal is centered around Call of Duty. But I mean, then again, maybe Call of Duty is just a red herring. Maybe they're actually mostly interested in grabbing up like their mobile developers and Blizzard. Who knows? There might be they might be 4 steps ahead of this whole thing. But most of the conversation is centered around Call of Duty. So, and that's because it's the biggest franchise on the planet. So it makes sense. Let's see. Yeah, breaking up Activision's business would be like taking it back to the early 2000s before the company merged with Blizzard in a deal with Blizzard's then owner, French conglomerate Vivendi. That deal buttressed Activision's Call of Duty franchise with other series such as World of Warcraft and StarCraft. The CMA didn't specifically mention King, the Activision unit and maker of Candy Crush and other mobile games. And Activision Blizzard acquired that game maker in 2016 for $5.9 billion. Yeah, Candy Crush is still gigantic. It's ridiculous how much money that game makes. Let's see. All of this is pretty straightforward. Let's see. Microsoft officials have repeatedly expressed confidence in closing the transaction, which the company is valued at $68.7 billion after adjusting for Activision's net cash. Earlier this month, Microsoft chief executive Satya Nadella defended it at the World Economic Forum's annual event in Davos, Switzerland. I can't talk. Being a number 4 player, quote, being a number 4 player, trying to add some content and create more opportunity for publishers, more gamers to be able to enjoy. I mean, if you believe in competition, you should believe in this deal, Mr. Nadella said. I hope the competition authorities get focused on more competition, and that would be a good day. Which, in general, I can understand. You know, I think what a lot of people are doing is they're speculating that one day in 10 years, Microsoft will make Call of Duty exclusive to Game Pass and will remove it from PlayStation entirely. And at that point, that will be anti-competitive. Which I'm not sure I even buy that, because, like, yes, they're making it exclusive, but PlayStation will have 10 years to develop a competitor. So figure it out. Like, I get it. It's a huge franchise, but nobody's going to pretend as though Call of Duty is perfect or is unbeatable. Call of Duty is extremely weak as a franchise, possibly the weakest it's ever been, just because of the negative reputation they have. Everybody who plays a lot of Call of Duty hates Call of Duty, but they still play it. It's baffling to me. But it's like, I hate this game. Anyway, let's go for another round. And so they could develop their own, but they know how hard that will be. And so they would prefer to avoid that if they can. But all of this was kind of blown up in the last 36 hours. Something new happened. Something new happened. Yeah, Whippy Ice. LMAO, I'm literally playing it now and I hate it. Yeah, it's weird. It's like Stockholm Syndrome, but as a video game. It's ridiculous. What this happened, or what happened here, is Microsoft signs Call of Duty pacts with Nintendo and Nvidia as the deal faces scrutiny. I did just sign in. I just signed in. Come on. Hold on. They're going to make me sign in again. Hold on. Sign in. Sign in. Sign in with Google. There we go. Loading. There we go. There you go. Figured it out. Okay. Microsoft signs the pact with them, blah, blah, blah. They go on. So, where is it? Microsoft signed pacts with Nintendo and Nvidia to access Call of Duty games for a decade if its $75 billion deal to buy the franchise's developer gets approved, part of the software maker's efforts to relieve regulators' concerns about the transaction. And here's where I'm honestly baffled. If they're, like, committing to a decade of public availability, that's a decade. Can they really block? And I mean, the answer is yes, they can. But should they block a deal because in a decade things might change? I don't know how you justify that, because like any big acquisition that's in the realm of billions of dollars, you could block it because in 10 years, maybe this will be the monopolistic owner of all of these things. Like if it's an oil company buying a smaller oil company, you could be like, well, we're going to block this because in 10 years, this smaller company may actually be the biggest company in the world. And you acquiring them would mean that you have an unfair advantage and it will decrease competition. Like they're speculating out a decade because of this. Like I don't get how you could with a straight face say that that's a reasonable way of dealing with this stuff. Like, yeah, in a decade, if Microsoft took all of these games that are on Game Pass and that are also cross-platform and they banned them on the other platforms, would that be an anti-consumer move? I would say so, yeah. But we're talking about in a decade and if. And like another big thing, or Call of Duty is so huge. If they make it available where it's included in Game Pass, maybe they make Warzone 4 or Warzone 5 at that point. That's how long we're talking. Like Warzone 5 is no longer free to play, but they make it so it's $70 on PlayStation, but it's included in Game Pass. It's available on every platform. And at Microsoft, I don't know this for a fact, but I would not be surprised at all if Microsoft offers to bring Game Pass to PlayStation. And they say, yeah, we'll bring it. You can play through xCloud through your PlayStation. But we'll bring it there so you could still play Xbox games that way. Why not? I wouldn't be surprised if they try to do that. I don't know. They already have. Sony declined. I do vaguely remember that, yeah. In the past. They wouldn't allow Game Pass since they've created their own service now. Yeah, but that service, they also like took out a ton of games from it because they I guess just didn't like it anymore. They're like, we're going to take these off as an included game in our PlayStation Plus collection. So now if you want it, you have to buy it. You don't get it included anymore. Like there's just again, I think there's valid arguments to be made and concerns to bring up surrounding the Microsoft Activision Blizzard acquisition. I think that there's ways that you can bring that up and discuss it and debate it. But PlayStation is the worst possible representative because they are guilty of literally everything that they're accusing Xbox of 10 times over. And recently, like, they're accusing Microsoft of they're going to buy these games, they're going to get Call of Duty, and then they're going to make content exclusive to their console that isn't available to other people on other consoles, just because they were able to pony up this money for it. It's like, didn't you just do that with Hogwarts Legacy? Like, just now? Like a week and a half ago you did that? Like, what? They're the worst possible people to be making this argument. And you can tell, I mean, they're starting to kind of freak out about it. They've gone on, and let's see. Yeah, you can see Mr. Smith double down on this. This is just part of our commitment to bring Xbox games and Activision titles like Call of Duty to more players on more platforms. Just very publicly being like, no, we're going to keep bringing it to people. It's going to be available everywhere. In more places when this deal goes through than before the deal. It's hard to say that they're going to do the opposite when like they're committing to not. Like maybe in a decade's time, yeah, things will change. But guess what? A lot of things change in a decade. Maybe in a decade, PlayStation will have their own Call of Duty competitor. Crazier things have happened. Also on Tuesday, Mr. Smith said Microsoft signed a 10-year deal with NVIDIA to put its games on the chip maker's cloud streaming service for computers, smartphones, and other devices called GeForce Now. Mr. Smith said the agreement would extend to Activision games, including Call of Duty, if the acquisition closes. This would be absolute ass, though. I'm just going to be real. Shooters with that latency are a nightmare, especially live, like multiplayer shooters. So maybe NVIDIA will be able to figure it out. I don't know. But today, that would be a nightmare. Gaining access to Activision's games will be, quote, a breakout moment, end quote, for NVIDIA, said Phil Eisler, vice president and general manager of GeForce Now. We're going to get into a more virtuous growth cycle. I don't know what the hell that means, but he sounds excited about it. So I guess we'll give that. I think the difference being is that Call of Duty is pretty much a guaranteed income and a sizable one at that. Yeah, I mean, Call of Duty is just going to print money. And I think that's the big thing. And also, PlayStation for years, and this is something they did with Hogwarts Legacy, they have paid for exclusive marketing rights, which doesn't sound that crazy. Like, yeah, it's a cross-platform game. You can buy it on Xbox, buy it on PlayStation, whatever. But what PlayStation will do is they will pay millions and millions of dollars, some large sum, and they will get exclusive rights to be the console used in all marketing materials. They will have PlayStation available on PlayStation or whatever pop up before the trailer and right after the trailer. And they will do that with everything. Every clip you see from the official portals will be on PlayStation controllers with the PlayStation button mappings and everything laid out. And they will make exclusive quests and things to the point where a lot of people will think that it's an exclusive even though it isn't. And that's, I was talking to somebody myself about Hogwarts Legacy, and they thought that it was a PlayStation exclusive because all the marketing was PlayStation. So they just assumed if it pops up the PlayStation logo, it's a PlayStation exclusive. And no. But they very much want you to believe that. Very much they want you to believe that. So yeah, all the commercials for Hogwarts were all PlayStation. And that's not an accident. They paid a lot of money for that. Yeah, even now I still see people who think that Hogwarts Legacy is exclusive. Yeah, very, very intentional. And they've done that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure they've done that with Call of Duty titles in the past, where they've paid for exclusive content day one, and they pay for the trailers, where they get a handful of trailers that have their stuff lined out, promotional material stuff. And so, like for Sony, not being able to do that anymore, that's going to hurt them because it's a really sort of backhanded way of, in a way, tricking players into thinking that you're the home of the game, that you are the only place they can play that game, when it's just not the case. Early beta access to, yeah, all this stuff. And so I just think that there's a lot of reasons that PlayStation is freaking out about this. And I'm not saying that they're unjustified in freaking out about it. It makes sense. It makes sense. But this is going to start to get harder and harder and harder to argue against, because now Microsoft can just come out very clearly and be like, look, we are making this available in more places. Cloud services will be able to play it. We're making it available on Switch. We're telling Sony that we want to make it available on their platform and sign agreements with them for that. But they don't want to even come to the table to negotiate. Apparently, there were some rumors that Jim Ryan hasn't even been responding to emails or calls related to the deal. He's totally checked out and is ignoring them. Are you going to tell me that he's actually fighting for the gamers, that he's actually trying to make the industry better? No. Jim Ryan is just trying to save their bottom line and to screw over this deal because it, frankly, is bad for PlayStation. But that's not anybody else's fault other than PlayStation's fault for not positioning themselves better. I've said a lot recently that it seems as though PlayStation has started resting on their laurels. I think in a lot of ways, PlayStation has gotten very comfortable. And I think that they are starting to get shaken up. Like they've been sleeping. They're the guards sleeping outside the jail thinking they're in control. And they just woke up and they realized that the people that they thought they had in a cage have broken out. And now they're frantically trying to catch them and save the situation. And it's probably just, honestly, it's probably too late, but it's going to be interesting. My money right now, I would say probably, I mean, I could say I'll put my money where my mouth is. Maybe I'll buy some shares of Activision Blizzard and like actually put my money where my mouth is. But I would guess that this probably goes through. I don't know how Microsoft can position themselves in such a pro-consumer light with deals and announcements like this. And then I don't get how regulators could look at that and say, I don't get how regulators could look at it and think that PlayStation is actually the one arguing in good faith here. I just don't get that. But who knows? Who knows? There's a lot of people way, way, way smarter than me that know more of what's going on. And as I've said, I still don't really know if, like, how this works, if US regulators approve the deal, but European regulators don't approve it. Like, can they still buy it because it's an American company? And they have, like, of course, offices and stuff in the UK. It's an international company, but surely they don't have to get every company or every country's approval to just do the deal. I don't know. I don't know how that works. Maybe I'll call one of my professors and see if they can explain it to me. One of my old college professors. I don't know. The deal goes through, then Blizzard loses its talent shortly after. I don't think so. Most employees, they've done surveys. Most employees of these companies want the deal to go through because they hate the management of Activision Blizzard, which I don't blame them. Have you read anything about the management of Activision Blizzard? Like, oh my God, I don't blame them at all. Like, and Microsoft has already come out and they said, oh no, we totally support unionizing efforts for the games industry. We respect that. We understand why game developers want that. We can respect that. Like, without a doubt, it seems like across the board, it's better for the employees of the companies for the deal to go through because the employees are very, very confident. I think the employee union that's currently in one of the development studios under Activision Blizzard's helm, they came out and actually said that they support the deal. Acquisition. It was like a union. I don't know if this is exactly what I'm looking for, but yeah, Activision merger gets support from global unions ahead of EU hearing. Yeah, penned a letter to the EC arguing the deal will have positive impact on the labor market. CWA initially voiced concerns about the power Microsoft will have in the labor market, but later managed to negotiate a collective bargaining agreement with the company should the acquisition go ahead. Like, they're already negotiating collective bargaining deals with future employees. You know, it's just again across the board. I don't know how you can say that, like, well, all of the employees are going to be miserable if this deal goes through. Pretty clearly not. Do you have access to the new Bing with AI chat? No, I don't think so. I signed up for the like wait list or whatever, but I don't think I've gotten access to it yet. Let's see. Say what you want about Microsoft's business practices, but they've long been one of the more ethical with their employees. Yeah, my dad, I believe he currently works with them through a subsidiary, but he also previously worked with them directly in their corporate structure. So my dad has been involved with them a lot and really, really has always been very pleased with them. So yeah, he's never had a big problem with it. Yeah, Luke's about to do it. My dad works at my dad works at Nintendo, and so he really says that it's actually pretty good. Only with those they consider employees. They tend to use contractors more than anything, and those people get absolutely screwed. I mean, that's more an America problem. Independent contractors are a thing, but that's also state by state. So some states like Arizona does not allow you to have contractors, independent contractors. It's a different thing. You have to treat them as employees. But like in Colorado, you can treat somebody as an independent contractor if they're at a lower level job, and then, you know, you can kick them to the curb. But it's sort of like a state by state thing. Washington State has let it go too far. Yeah, I will, like, personally, as like a business person, I have independent contractors that I've paid through independent contract stuff, like, or structures, through 1099s and stuff. And for me, as a business owner, it's convenient. It's easier for me to handle paying it out. For employees, it can at times be better because they can handle their own taxes if they're doing their own thing. In this case, it was like for video editing stuff. So if they have expenses, they needed to upgrade their computer, they can write that off as a business expense, and, you know, so it can have tax benefits for both of us. The other perk is that then it doesn't labor you with the employee or the employer having to treat that person who's doing a little work on the side independently. You wouldn't have to pay them for like health insurance and workers' comp insurance, unemployment insurance, and all this stuff that gets very, very expensive. And we can say, well, you should, but the idea behind independent contractors initially was that if I bring you on to like build the fence in my backyard, or if I bring you on to edit this video for me, like, you're not doing the work of like a full-time employee or even a part-time employee. You're working on this project. So I'm going to treat you as a contractor for this project. But it's turned into now where they just treat everybody, even people that really are employees, they treat them all like they're contractors that are dispensable. And it's honestly kind of sucky. It's pretty horrible because it makes it so people can just get taken advantage of, and can get fired like that without any warning, just cause, and there's no recourse. You don't have employer protections or employee protections, all sorts of stuff like that. Can you break down the letting go of 10K workers in the context of being eager to throw $69 billion at a single purchase? Make that make sense. So first of all, thank you for the 25, Stefan. This is like, for some reason, this is a scandalous thing to say. But sometimes especially in light of what we've recently had with low interest rates, companies expand too much. They overgrow. And so they take on too many employees, they open too many offices, and then they wake up one day and years have passed and they're like, well, we have too much bloat. We got to trim some fat. And so then they trim the fat and everybody calls them vicious serial killer businessmen who are careless. What happened is during COVID, rates were at rock bottoms. So you could borrow money basically for free, which these corporations did en masse. And they took tons of money. They opened new offices. They went, in this case, it wasn't like offices. It was like they created new teams because nobody was going to the office, but you get what I mean. But they created new teams. They invested heavily in new projects and all this stuff because the money was free, effectively. And then now we're headed into what's probably going to be a recession. Everybody's publicly announcing that they are downsizing their teams and their employees, and they're cutting some of the fat. And that sucks because some very talented and really hard workers get laid off, and that does suck. Nobody's going to doubt that. But like, what's the antithesis? Are you saying that the company should just hold on to the bloat that doesn't fit? Like, if I have, like, for example, I hired a company to cut together TikToks. I hired a company as basically just a contractor to cut TikToks from our live stream clips. For me, initially, it seemed like a good investment. I was down to do it. However, as time went on, it became clear it was not going to return a profit. The consistency wasn't where we needed it to be. They were great at what they did. They were doing great work, but it just wasn't smart to leave that in place as far as the business was concerned. So I had to fire that company from doing those TikToks. Now, you could twist it and you could say, well, Luke just fired a team of like 5 people from working on his stuff. How heartless. In the middle of economically difficult times, Luke fired this team. Can you believe he did that? Like, what are you saying that I should keep them on? Like, I'm ethically or morally required to keep them on, even though it doesn't make any sense, even though it's a waste of money, even though, like, I always find that when these things come up, it's like an emotionally charged thing. Yeah, evil man, you monster. It's a very emotionally charged thing, and people try to make it out like the corporation's just like, yeah, I'm going to fire employees just to be mean because I hate employees, and they're just peons. But it's like, sometimes businesses have teams, sometimes they have projects that just don't make sense anymore. They aren't making money, they're losing money. It's a waste of time for everybody involved. So they cut it and they move on. But people who want to emotionally charge it will act as though it's some sort of moral ill or some sort of crime against the employee to have hired them in the first place. And I'm like, if you're saying that we just should never fire anybody, guess what? A lot of companies are not going to be hiring many people either. It's going to get really, really weird. So it's just tricky. Could they repurpose those people since there's money to keep them? It's also timing is bad. Like a few years, Activision let go of 100 people while having record profits. So that Activision thing, if it's the situation or the time that I'm thinking of, most of who they cut were marketing people. And so it's like a division way over here that wasn't doing anything, and it was a waste of money. They basically were sitting around all day doing nothing. And so they fired those people because this team was making tons of money, so they hired more people over here. So they fired these to support these people better. But people, all they see is that they fired these people. And I think that there's a miscommunication or misconception that you can just magically take somebody and be like, well, we'll find something new for you to do. And it just doesn't really work that way. Like that team that was cutting together those TikToks for me, they did great work, but it just didn't make sense. It wasn't working. So I had to fire them and move on, or end our contract, I guess would be the nice way of saying it. We went our separate ways. But like it's business. If it just doesn't make sense, if it's losing money, if it's hurting everybody involved, it just doesn't make sense. So you just move on. As for repurposing people, I mean, there's many, many elements that go into that. If you're letting go of like, I saw a TikTok of a guy who was a Bluetooth engineer with Google up until a couple months ago when he got let go. And he was doing a TikTok explaining why this headset or this microphone didn't work in this way, that people were upset it didn't work in that way. And he explained why it couldn't. It was really interesting TikTok. But he broke down in another video why he got let go, basically. And he's like, yeah, no, I'm a Bluetooth engineer. It just doesn't make sense for, like Google was losing money in this division with these projects they were doing. So they let me go, and it just didn't make sense for me to stay on the company because they weren't making money in these projects that I was working on. And he's like, I'm not even upset about it. I get it. It just is what it is. But like, not everything has to be this weird emotional, like, oh no, a business let somebody go, therefore they just hate employees and workers. No, sometimes there's just projects that don't make sense anymore. And so those people leave the company and they go to another company that will hopefully hire them and they'll make good money at. And this is the one thing that really was particularly amazing to me was the Twitter stuff. One of the issues, and I've talked to my dad about this because he's worked in corporate structures all, like, for the last, I was going to say all his life, but he was in the Marines before that. So like, I guess for the last 20, 30 years, he's worked in big corporations in like the management tiers. And everybody's really, really aware. In corporate America, there's something called the like perpetual, what would it be? It's like perpetual delusion or diffusion of responsibility, but it's also just what's the word when you delegate? Yeah, it's perpetual delegation is what it is. You know what we're going to do? MS Paint, boys. We're doing it. MS Paint. MS Paint for the win. Okay. Because all this really is, like, you have the head honcho, let's say the CEO, and then you have the other CEO or the CFO, COO, CTO. All of these guys are up at the very, very top. And they each have their own team. To keep this simple, though, let's just look at, like, this is the chief technical officer for, like, Apple, right? Or let's say Twitter. Let's keep it consistent. It's Twitter. And so for Twitter, you have another team, and these guys are each team leads, and they work on different things. So one of these guys heads up the like ad version or ad division. So this guy's in charge of running ads and figuring out how to make money on Twitter. This guy's in charge of notifications, make sure notifications work. This person's in charge of DMs. This one's in charge of like the news feed. This one's in charge of all these different things. So you have people in charge of these teams. And then this person's tasked with creating a team to manage this. And so he will go and he'll hire a suite of people that will do what he needs to do. And then each of these is tasked with a sub element. So you're in charge of the front end pipeline. You're in charge of the bug fixing. You're in charge of this. And they go through all of this. And then these people will hire a team of however many people to do this. And then each of these people will hire another team to do each little piece of their project. And then each of these people will hire another 15 people to do each of their little pieces and move on. And then they'll go all the way through this. And as you work your way down, you'll eventually just have, hold on, where did it go? Come on, there you go. You'll eventually just have a gigantic pyramid that's way too tall. And it's because this is the perpetual delegation. Each manager realizes that they can just delegate their work to somebody else. And then the person underneath them will do the work. And then the person underneath that person will actually do the work. But then the person underneath them will hire somebody else and do these other teams under the company to do that work. And each step of the way, this person down here is like, hey, I need to hire 4 people to get this project done. They pass the word up all the way through the chain until eventually it hits like this person. And they're like, yeah, okay. Because they're so far removed, they don't even know what's going on. So they're like, okay, yeah, sure, hire those people. Who cares? We're a tech company. We're worth billions. Do whatever. And so they just keep going and they keep hiring tons more people. And then it just keeps getting more and more and more bloated. And what Elon did when he went into Twitter is apparently Elon went in and he talked to one of the head engineers. And he said, show me the log of when people submitted when people have submitted code to be implemented into Twitter. And they checked the log of who had submitted code, and they found that over 50% of engineers had not submitted any code in months. And he was like, that's extremely concerning. They should be submitting code like every week, multiple times a week. So what's the problem? And they said just straight up, well, the standard and what people understand with the company culture is that only low-level employees code. If you want to be a manager where you make the real money, you need to not code. You need to find a way to take a leadership role and delegate. And so he's like, okay, so we've created a culture where you're encouraged not to do the work, but rather to pass it off on other people. That doesn't work. So what Elon went in, and he got a ton of flack for it, and you know, to be fair, it's not perfect. It's still running into problems. But what they did is he went in and he just cut all of these jobs, all of these middle tiers. And he just said, get out of here. He's like, you haven't done anything in months. I don't feel bad for you. You've been riding the gravy train and you're out. So he kicked them. And now these people who used to basically be in charge of a few people, delegate it. They had reports to fill out and they would keep on top of it. But pretty much it was a very, very cushy job. They now are in charge of these people directly. And so they are much more involved. These people were doing all of the work originally, but now they're much higher up in the structure and they can actually get more stuff done more efficiently because they don't have to go through those 3, 4, 5, 6 steps of managers in order to get to the person who actually makes the decision, who's right here, right? So that's the general idea behind cutting all of this bloat. And the problem is in a modern tech company and in a modern publicly traded corporation, there's very little incentive to get rid of these middle tiers. There just isn't much incentive to get rid of them. So you just end up with a company that's way bigger than it needs to be because you just have a bunch of paper pushers who are in the middle between things getting actually done. And so when Elon came in and he's gotten a ton of hate for it. Some of it much deserved. But a lot of it just bafflingly, you know, kind of stupid, where people were like, you're firing people who are millionaires working at Twitter. How dare you? It's like the people that are upset about this are the same people that are chanting, eat the rich. Like, I sold apartment deals to an engineer at Google who was like pretty low down in the hierarchy. Like, he was not super high up. And he was pretty low down on the tier. And this guy, I kid you not, had 40 single family houses in one city that he owned. And then he owned like 2 apartment buildings. But he owned 40 single family homes in a single city. And that was his investment. Every month, effectively, he would have so much money that he would just buy a new house to rent out as an investment. And these are the people that, like, Twitter's freaking out about. Twitter's like, no, how dare you? How could you? Oh, man. It's just funny to me because it's like you realize you're like fighting and chanting for the people that you claim not to really have sympathy for. It's so weird to me. Like these are the people that you claim to be against, like kind of spoiled tech bros who are making ridiculous amounts of money and are like making the single family housing market inflated and are doing all this. These are the people that are doing that. And now you're upset just because you hate Elon more? Like, what? This is weird. Why don't I own 40 houses? Yeah, he was a very sweet guy. He was pretty cool. I cold called him while he was asleep. And that was funny. He picked up the phone and he's like, normally I would just send a cold call straight to spam and I would block your number, but because you called when I was asleep, I picked it up not knowing who it was, and then we chatted for a few minutes and then we scheduled a meeting, and he's like, I don't really know what happened, but I'm kind of glad it happened. It's kind of fun. Yeah, it's cool. People only read the headlines, never the story. Well, it's just like with a lot of this, I just want people to like play it out in their minds. Like, if you're going to get upset about the layoffs, I get it. Being laid off sucks ass. Losing your job sucks ass. It's horrible. But people will say, like, can you believe it? Microsoft just laid off 10,000 people. It's unbelievable. It's evil. Well, what? Play it out. Play it out. What are you saying? Are you saying that they should not fire people ever? Are there times when a company should fire people and should downsize teams that aren't working? Like, is that, can you acknowledge that? Well, no, I just think people are more important than money at the end of the day. Okay, well then we're not in reality anymore. Like if businesses are not like even able to fire or downsize, then I don't know what we're doing. Check mod messages. Yeah, I see the. I don't see any urgent messages or anything. I can get to that question later, Phil, when I go through the thing. Let's see. Oh, that thesaurus? Yeah, the reflection. Yeah. What I can do, you guys want to see something kind of cool? So look at this. I have the Google Doc. Don't worry, it's nothing scandalous. I have our Google Doc pulled up with like links and stuff. But you want to see something kind of cool? This, which lens is that? That's this is a pretty cool little piece of glass. Oh, what is this? Pray tell, Luke. This right here is a polarizing lens filter. A polarizing lens filter. Look at this. So I'm going to twist this up. Hold on. Please hold. Oh. So what we're looking at, just for reference, is this reflection. This is what we're talking about. So this reflection, you can see it in the glass. Reflects my computer screen. If I do this. Is this like really intimate? So look at this. I twist it. It's in focus. It's there. And then it's gone. Whoa. Whoa. Was that cool or what? Now it's gone. How cool is that? It's magic. Yeah. Hey, 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 it's magic. You know. Yeah, it doesn't fix everything. It doesn't get rid of the like reflection of the softbox light, which is right here. So it won't get rid of that, but it's because these things have polarizing filters in the monitors and stuff. So you can use a polarizing filter for your camera and get rid of the reflection, which is kind of cool. Kind of cool. Yeah, there we go. Problem solved. And I have those for like these other cameras or lenses too. Like if I go to this one, this is a really weird one. Here. Oh. The camera shut itself off. That's weird. Hey, there we go. But like if I rotate it here, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. It just goes away. It's like, oh, how cool is that? I don't care what you guys say. I think it's really interesting. I don't understand how that works, but it is. Let's see. So intimate. So intimate. Yeah, I'm bringing the fabric of space time. It's just, polarizing filters. It's the same thing that happens like with fancy sunglasses that are polarized, where you can, if you turn your head slightly, it can change how like the backs of car windows look and stuff. It's the same exact thing. Like it just polarizes the light, which is kind of fun. It's kind of fun. But okay, boom. Yeah, problem solved. Now it's gone. I mean, it's still vaguely sort of there, but not in a way that you could really really see. You can see my reflection, but you can't see any of that. That's weird. The same thing happens to one of my monitors when I have my sunglasses on, but not the other monitor. It's probably because there's some other types of tech. Like, I think OLED monitors or OLED displays, I don't think those have polarizing filters. I don't think. But I don't really remember what the distinction is. I used to know the distinction. There'll be a whole CG Luke and you'll be drinking margaritas on a beach. While we're none the wiser. Oh yeah. Oh, we'll do that. I'm doing it right now. I've known for years. It's kind of funny to see someone being enthusiastic about discovering them. Wait until you discover tilt shift lenses. Oh no, hold on. Tilt shift. Oh, I think I have seen this actually now that I say it out loud. Tilt shift lenses. These things are freaking weird. This is what they look like. Look how freaking weird that looks. And then, is there like a video of somebody using it? How to shoot tilt shift photography. Changes the position of a lens in relation to camera's image sensor when the image when the lens tilts so that it's no longer parallel to the camera sensor. It shifts the plane of focus and alters the depth of field. When the lens shifts, it recenters the image entering your camera, allowing you to take photos from what appear to be different vantage points without moving the camera body. And do they have like examples? Like, look at that. You can take these like miniature looking photos. That's super freaking weird. It looks like you're taking a picture of like a model set. I don't know. How would that be useful? Like, would that be cool in this space? Because I love unique looking. I guess we could look up portraits. Tilt shift portraits. The weird lens that can invisibly photograph mirrors. Portraits. Because, like, if it could do something really cool and weird. My face is blocking it. Super, super unique. Because normally the field of focus is like, it's just straight up and down, right? So it's just like a field that moves forward and back. But if your face is in focus, then your body's going to be in focus unless the angle's different. But with these tilt shift lenses, it shifts the plane from straight and tilts it.
I found this on the web.
I'm not talking to you. So you have the face in focus, but then you don't have the body or anything above them in focus. So it's super trippy. It's just super weird. Weird. Okay, I don't even know. Sup, Rocky? Sorry, yeah, you come in. We're talking about lenses. Well, like, this thing's just badass. These lenses break my brain. Like, this looks like it's some sort of weird, like, wallpaper for, I don't even know. It looks like it's CGI. I don't know. Maybe it is. I have no idea. Those lenses are freaking weird, though. Those are freaking weird. Okay, let's finally talk about all this Titanic stuff. I want to talk about this. Tilt shift lenses. The last thing I need is some new expensive thing that I'm interested in. That's the last thing I need. You guys would be so proud of me. So does anybody notice? Nobody said anything, so I don't think anybody noticed. So it's only me. This lens that I'm using is my old lens. It's the lens I've had for ages. It's the 24-70 Zeiss, whatever. It's a very nice lens. But before this, last week, I used the Rokinon 24mm f1.4. So it was this wide, but it was a little softer. So the skull was a little more bokeh, and stuff. And I just was like, you know what? I don't need it. I'm going to return it. I'm going to be a responsible person. And I went back. And I can tell the difference, but nobody has said anything this whole stream. So I think it's just me. I'm going to be real. I think it's just me. But I swapped that. And so I'm feeling very responsible. I'm feeling like an adult. Yeah, about a month. Yeah, Rocky's been very, very busy. We've missed Rocky dearly. I noticed, but I'm a freak. Well, favorites, I appreciate you noticing, because that affirms for me that like other people can see this and that I'm not just like crazy. Because I see this stuff, I notice it, but I want to make sure that I'm not just being anal or being crazy. So the book of the skull is a bit off. Yeah, this is just because like if I hold this up, refocus camera. Come on, there. So there you see it's nice and soft. But out here, we're at an f4.0 for this lens. It's the downside of it, so it's pretty tight. Pretty tight. I was overseas. Yeah, how was it, Rocky? Was it nice? Was it everything you dreamed of? I'm jelly. 16 times the softness. Well, then you switch to this freaking camera. And this camera is like so buttery soft everywhere. Ooh, baby. And I have this one hair that's sticking straight up. I need a haircut so badly. It just comes out of nowhere. I'm like, oh, my hair looks fine. And then I wake up the next morning and I look like a sheep. Don't even know what I'm doing. Dude, it was so nice. I met my whole family. That's awesome, dude. And hopefully it was restful as well. Now when my stream has dropped to 480p, lol. Sucks to suck. I'm not showing any drop stuff, so I'm feeling good. I'm glad things are not breaking on this end. It was pretty relaxing. Good. Nikki and I took a sort of vacation last summer. We were supposed to like be really chill and take it in. But your first vacation, quote unquote, with a baby is very difficult. And yeah, it was tough. He was up all night. It was tossing and turning. It was rough. So we'll see what these later vacations are like later this year when we try again. But it's important to be able to relax. I thought once the Great British Empire shipped you off to Australia, you were never allowed to get off again. Yeah, you never know. They tried, yeah. How do you not argue constantly when you have a kid? Because he's so freaking cute. That's most of it. He's just a little ball of butter. Like this is my dude. This is him. I pulled up the camera to take a selfie and he goes, "Hey, you." And he points at the camera. So this is my "Hey, bro" picture of Lockie. But he's just such a good guy. That's most of it. It's easy to just love on him when he's just adorable. This is him with a chef hat. We got him a play kitchen. Put on a chef hat. He made us a bunch of food. He's great. So that's most of it. Traveling with babies is so demanding. Yeah, it's tricky. You get the hang of it. Like I grew up in a family of 10 kids, so I was used to there being kids around constantly, so that's not anything new or crazy to me. But it's still very, very exhausting. And especially like he doesn't get it. He wants to move. He wants to run around. He wants to do all that. He doesn't get that he has to sit still and, it is tough. Yeah, the exhaustion's overwhelmed by the endorphins. Yeah, and weirdly, like, everybody from the outside looks at it and is just like, I don't get it. It seems miserable. You're just running around all the time. It just, it sounds horrible. But honestly, like, when it's your kid, it's weird because they pop out and they're just a little ball of butter and chub. And you hold them for the first time and you're just like, oh, I get it. Okay, I get it. Because it's just weird because it's this little human that now is your responsibility. But Even that, like, no matter what they do or how crazy they are to you or how much they scream or poop on you, you're just happy to be there. And you want that moment to last forever. It's crazy. It's weird. Yeah, I shaped this human. Yeah. It's weird, but it makes it very rewarding. Butter's not what I would call it, or at least comes out of it. Some of the nephews. It's when I say ball of butter, I mean like the one thing with babies, how you know you got a real butterball is when they have, we call them rubber band wrists. So like they on their arm, they have so much fat and chub that it fills up, and then they get like a crease in their wrist that looks like you took a rubber band super tight because it's just like rolling over, and so it just get a big old crease in the wrist, and it's so cute. We call them rubber band wrists, and they'll like really chunky babies will get those in their forearms. They'll get them in their like thighs, everywhere. It's great. It's great. I feel the same towards my nephew. He's not my own kid, obviously, but he's adorable and has the biggest Super Mario obsession. He pretends to be Yoshi sometimes and will only answer to Yoshi. That's adorable. That's awesome. Yeah, it's just, I want, when it's your kid too, it's that on steroids. But that, yeah, family in general gives you a taste of it, but when it's your kid, it's like, it's on another level. Let's see, hold on. Let me see if I can find this. I don't want to just do this thing that, yeah, here.
Yeah.
That I saw in a Family Guy episode. I didn't get this joke until I had a kid, and this makes it really, really funny. So I don't want to be this guy, but this is what it feels like. Okay, this is what it feels like.
Yeah, I understand. That'd be tough.
Oh no, Quagmire. No, you do not understand.
You do not get
until
it.
You have a child. Until you have a child, you do not understand. Okay?
Yeah.
No. Until you have a child, you do not understand. Let me see this right here. This right here.
To bring you grim news out of LaGuardia Airport, where a 767 has been forced to make a crash landing.
Oh, man, I tell you, now that I'm a parent, I can't even watch stories like that. I just think, oh, my God, what if Dylan were on that plane? What? Oh, my God. I just don't know what I would do. I don't know what I would do.
Yeah, I understand. That'd be tough.
Oh, no, Quagmire. No, you do not understand. Until you have a child...
They even got the hand motion sound. Until you have a child, you do not understand.
Until you have a child, you do not understand. Okay?
Jesus.
It's been like this all week. Watch this. Hey, Brian, what would you do if Dylan fell out a window?
Oh my God, I don't even want to think about that. Oh God, oh my God.
Oh my God, oh my God.
What would you do if Dylan was in a fire?
Oh my God, oh no, oh my God, oh God, oh no, knock on wood.
Now look, Brian, there's a difference between being concerned and being overprotective.
Now that's a dad talking. That is a dad talking, Quagmire. You're right, you can't hold your kids back. It's like I say, you have to give your kids both roots and wings.
Brian, I want to punch you in the dick right now.
You have to give them roots and wings. What the hell does that mean? Oh, God, it's so good. Dude, yeah, I wish Family Guy was this good. Still, I don't know. Nikki and I think we were watching season... It's the season from 2016, whichever season that is. We were watching some of those episodes last night, just for, shits and giggles. And I was pleasantly surprised at how good those were. And I remember when those were coming out, people were like, oh my God, these suck. So maybe it's just, it has to age a little bit, and then we appreciate it. The Family Guy Emmy episode is very good. That season opener when they just wanted to, like... do every single trope that gets you an Emmy nomination. That was very, very good. I'm doing this for me. M-E. I'm doing this for Emmy. Emmy. For your Emmy consideration. Let's just move on. It's great. Family Guy was fine up until he abandoned it for Orville. Did he actually do that? Is that what it is? I haven't like actually kept up on it. I know it's felt different. He also started putting a lot more effort into like American Dad. American Dad did get really, really funny. South Park, American Dad, Family Guy. I would agree with that recently. Family Guy has a special place in my heart because Nikki and I watched it a ton when we were first dating. So yeah, I would say so. I would agree with that. But South Park also, like 2016, that season where the whole thing was with the Hillary Clinton plot line, like I also just don't think Gerald is a very funny character. I don't think he can really carry a season. So like that was an issue, but it was all like, it was pretty good except for those pieces. And then like, I think they realized it because at the end of that season, you remember Gerald has the line where he yells out, well, maybe we're just in a post funny era of comedy. Maybe we're just past that. Maybe funny doesn't have to make you laugh anymore. And like, cause they were aware of it. They're like, we're just not hitting our stride right now. It's just not coming together. I don't know. But then they did the seasons where like, you remember Cartman is dating, oh shoot, what's her name? I don't remember her name. But he's got his girlfriend, and then the next season, I think it's the next season, he becomes super PC. Cartman being PC was one of the funniest things ever. Token Lives Matter, you know. It's just super, super great. Hey, Wendy, get down here and say something funny. Just, you know, do what a lot of female comedians say. Just get up here and say, my vagina, a lot. I'm not saying that. Wow, that weirdly wasn't very funny. That's weird. It's just so good. It's so good. Yeah, that's weird. That wasn't very funny. Anyway. It's just so good. Okay, we should probably like actually do the titular topic now. We should get into that probably. Dawn of the Homeless, I think it's called. Heidi. That's what it is. Heidi. Yeah. Then she turned into a mini Cartman. Dude, those were the days. Those were the days. Let's see. Uh-oh. Hold on. Legacy Killa has been posting some kind of funny tweets recently where he's collected a lot of the Hogwarts Legacy crap and then put it into videos and tweets and stuff. And this is one he just posted. I haven't seen this yet, but it seems intriguing. Hogwarts Legacy dev took issue with Polygon's review of the game. Some of the responses are yikes. Yeah, Polygon's review, Wired's review, all of them were absolute garbage. It was laughable. They were so bad. But they said, after pouring years of my life into building Destiny, giving the best that I had to give, the Polygon review gave it a 6 out of 10. I was crushed. Almost a decade later, I now feel a sense of grim validation when Polygon says they hate the thing I've been building. I'm framing this. Yeah, their review was titled, J.K. Rowling looms above Hogwarts Legacy's vapid open world. Read our review here. Yeah, they posted a review and they like, again, the game's fine, but JK sucks, therefore the game sucks. And it's just a brain dead take. And the replies to this, hey Eric, were you in charge of all the anti-Semitic stuff in the game or just the other shitty parts? I don't think this person actually played the game, I'm guessing, but we'll see. This was also something, because there's a item you can find in the game, there's a horn you can find that it said was used in like the Goblin Revolution of 1617 or something. They say, oh, that's a anti-Semitic reference to, I forget what the specific name of it is, but a horn used in Judaism, and it's a thing that's referenced repeatedly. And funnily enough, even Jason Schreier, who's very Jewish and is very, involved in the practices actively, he even came out and said, guys, this is a bit of a stretch. Sometimes a horn is just a horn. Like, it's just a horn. Chill out. Like, what are you going to do? This is going to get my account locked again, but kill yourself. Like, again, the whole thing, I get it. JK sucks ass. We can all agree. Like, she's a spoiled rich lady who wrote a fun story about people wearing robes and flinging sticks in people's directions. Real great job. But if you're trying to win people over to your cause, do you really think this is going to do it? No. This is going to backfire like crazy, like it did with Hogwarts Legacy, where a lot of people bought it because of this hate, and because they wanted to trigger the other side. And it just makes you look like a buffoon, and it makes you look like an evil buffoon. Yeah. It's just really lovely, lovely people. Really lovely, lovely people. I think, is this a picture of, is that supposed to be Ellie, or is that just some, I don't know, probably not Ellie. Not that I see. Like, I don't know. It's just baffling. It's just baffling. But it was a huge tactical mistake, or they're just super freaking stupid. That they thought that stuff would actually win people over to their cause and make them look good. Like, do they really think that posting stuff like that makes people like agree with their stance? Like, really? I don't think so. I just don't think they care, because I don't think they actually care about like these causes that they're pushing on. There are people who have convinced other people of things, and then there are Twitter users. Yeah, I mean, that's the funniest thing, is when people rage against Elon for stuff he's doing at Twitter while using Elon's platform of Twitter, which I find so freaking funny. It's like people tweeting out about concerns over workshop conditions at Foxconn factories in China, and they're tweeting from their iPhone. It's just like, okay, well, you know what? We live in an idiocracy. Here we are. Anyway, let's move on. Let's talk about this big thing. Let's talk about this. Let's tackle this. Should I go watch an e-girl on stream or stay here? Are you asking me to pull out the hot tub? Is that what you're asking me? Is that what we're doing? A number of celebrities have left Twitter due to Elon. Great. I hate Twitter. I can't stand it. But I'm told by everybody I've talked to that it's important to use it. It's an important social media platform. And if you don't use it, you're at a disadvantage, blah, blah, blah. So I use it just for that. But I mean, if I could delete it, I would happily delete it. It's what I said when he bought it. I was like, if he destroys it, awesome. No more Twitter. I'll be happy. And if he makes it way better, awesome. It won't be Twitter anymore. It'll be something new. I'll be happy. So really, for me, Elon buying Twitter is a win-win. If he implodes it, great. If he fixes it, awesome. I'm happy either way. It's a win-win. It's a win-win. Let's tackle this, though, real quick. The titular topic. So, are you ready? Again, thank you, Red Bull. Hold on. Thank you, Red Bull.
That's most definitely what's up.
It is indeed. Praise Cobra's magic. Here we go. Okay, so for those of you who are not aware, there is a project in the works right now where they are recreating, one for one, the most accurate replica of the Titanic in history. They're poring over schematics. They're going over blueprints. They're investigating historical documents, testimonies from survivors, from crews, from the engineers, from insurance people that walked the ship before it set sail. Everything they could possibly do to figure out how to accurately rebuild this ship one-to-one, they're doing. And their goal is to eventually turn it into a game. What this game looks like, my guess would be it's probably more of a simulator where you walk through it and you can like explore the ship. Maybe they make it sort of like an educational thing where you explore the ship and you collect items, and then that's like how you learn to explore the ship and you learn about the ship is by doing it. Kind of like the Discovery Tour in Assassin's Creed Origins and Odyssey. I think they did it with Valhalla too, maybe. I'm not sure. There wasn't much to see in Valhalla. Sorry, not Valhalla.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
It's a different thing. So I don't know how exactly this will look, but right now they're just in the phase where they're trying to build the ship itself, which is interesting. Senpai, going to bed. Love you too. Go get some sleep. Go get some sleep. Good to see you. Okay, so some of you might have seen this. This was posted in April of 2016. 6 going on 7 years ago. Do you feel old yet? I sure do. And in this, it is a real-time time-lapse. Not a real-time time-lapse. That doesn't make any damn sense. It's a real-time recreation of the sinking of the Titanic. Have any of you guys seen that? Seen this? Back in the day? It went like super viral, like 86 million views. But this was one of the earliest things that they did. And, I mean, it's both very, very slow, because, I mean, it's 2 hours and 40 minutes long. But it's like a one-to-one recreation. You see the iceberg come in. But then it also is kind of horrifying that in the span of 2 hours and 40 minutes, a ship goes from totally fine, sailing along, to at the bottom of the sea. It's kind of horrifying. But iceberg comes along. It's going to hit it. They can't turn it. I mean, yeah, the ship is gigantic. They can't move it fast enough. Makes you really appreciate radar, like modern radar, doesn't it? Then it hits. Right there, it's tearing into it. Hard to port. Too late. Too late. Funnily enough, I saw a documentary back in the day where they had a structural engineer look at it, and they looked at it and they were like, yeah, actually, if the Titanic had just headbutted it and had just plowed straight in, it wouldn't have sunk because the watertight compartments would have been fine. But because they turned slightly, it tore the ship open through multiple watertight compartments, and so it caused the ship to sink. But if they had just rammed it, they would have been fine, which is kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. But as it goes on, starboard list, you see it starts to sink a little to the right. They're starting to evacuate passengers. It starts to really lean down into the water. Not looking too good. And then it starts to really lift up. Just slowly doing it. And you see like this recreation right now, this is like a more basic one. But it was to demonstrate the point. They have the exterior pretty much set here. And then it starts to really lean heavily down. Flares. It's really not looking great for the ship. Really looking rough. Gives the 2 telegraph operators permission to abandon their posts and save themselves. They choose to stay longer despite transmissions failing. And it's starting to fully go under. I mean, just the sheer chaos would have been wild. But then the ship fully is getting submerged, and then it's going to start to really sink and then snap. And then it pulls it down. Once the front half splits, and then it happens very, very quickly at that point. And then in a matter of no time, in just a few seconds, the rest of the ship goes under. And this is all recreated again with evidence from the wreck site, testimony from survivors, physics simulations that have been done in the years since its discovery, all sorts of stuff. It's pretty insane. And then, just like that, it goes under and will never touch the air again. And then they had to sit there for 1 hour and 40 minutes until help arrived. Some of the testimony from the survivors in the lifeboats was kind of haunting. They said when the ship first went down, there were tons of screams. People were shouting for help in the water. And by the time help arrived, it had grown dead silent. More silent than you could possibly imagine, because you were out on the open sea. There is nothing for sound to bounce off of. There's nothing generating sound. It's just a void. It's pretty horrifying. Pretty horrifying. And so what these guys are aiming to do is they're aiming to recreate this ship 1-to-1 so that they can keep the memory of the disaster alive. They can keep the memory of the victims alive, and they can continue to tell the story of the Titanic. Because one of the things about the Titanic is that eventually, not that far in the future, it's going to be lost forever. Like it's dissolving actively now. Parts of the ship are collapsing. The captain's quarters have completely collapsed. That was something that just like a decade ago, they went out and they were able to see it, and it was all fine. And in the years since then, it started to really collapse quickly. And it's because it's been down there for over a century. And so they're trying to keep it alive in other ways. And the way that they're doing that is by recreating the ship, like I said. Now, what they've been doing is it's a sort of a small indie project. They have a small team of people that are working very hard on this. But what they do is they go in and they research every little nitty-gritty detail, and they're rebuilding the ship down to the forks and spoons in Unreal Engine. And it doesn't look bad. I actually played a demo of this years back where you could explore parts of it. I believe it was still in Unity. I don't think it had been converted into Unreal Engine yet. But they had it so like you could walk through, I don't remember which portion of the ship it was. I think that like the dining hall you could walk around. It wasn't a ton of stuff, but it was cool. You could actually like walk around and see some stuff. But you can see they're recreating the engines. They're recreating the silverware. They're recreating the wall panels. And bear in mind, this is not something they're guessing on. Like sometimes, you know, we have called out that like Ubisoft is really good at recreating historical locations. What Ubisoft will do is that they will take like the inspirational photos and then they will do a recreation of it. But there's a good amount there that's artist interpretation. For this, they are going in and they are researching what exact chairs were used in this room. What pattern of tile was on the floor? How was this paneling structured? Was it all rectangles, or was it rectangles and then smaller rectangles in between them? Okay, the crown molding. How did the crown molding look? Every little detail is being taken into consideration. There's nothing, their goal is to have nothing in here that is their interpretation. Everything here is just like as accurate as it possibly could be. And now in Unreal Engine 5. Demo 401, update 2.0. March 3rd. So it's coming up very, very soon. Final free update will be available for PC at TitanicHG.com, which is Titanic Honor and Glory. I did not have time. I decided I wanted to do this last night, so I did not have time to download the demo. But if you guys are interested, we can certainly try the demo on March 3rd when it comes out. However, as you can see, they've done a ton of stuff with this. This was streamed about 10 months ago. This right here. And this is them touring the Titanic. So they start... This is them and the team talking. Demo 401, alpha details, join the team. If you want to support them, you can do that through Patreon, and you can get access to this demo. That's how you do it. But in the demo, you can actually go in and walk around and explore it yourself. As you can see here, they give you the ability to walk around it as they work on it. Parts of it, like if there's a room or a deck that isn't ready to be explored, then they lock that off. But if it's a place that's finished, then they open it up to you and you can walk through and explore it. And again, this is built off of the blueprints. So there's no like, I wonder what it would have looked like. You can just explore it. You can just check it out yourself. Just do it. It's insane. And then look at this. Like, it's absolutely insane. Absolutely crazy. We'll have to help them with their streaming setup, though. It's pretty pixelated. But, like, absolutely crazy. And they go through a ton of the ship in this. So if you've ever had a passing interest in the Titanic, this is a pretty incredible project. Now, like I said, they are actively working on it, and it's slow progress because they're not just going in there and guessing. They're not just going in there and being like, yeah, this is probably close enough. They're trying to make this a one-to-one recreation of the ship. So it's basically just a digital clone. And that takes time. It takes a lot of effort. So if you're interested, I'm not being paid to say this. I'm not like an affiliate or anything. But if you're interested in supporting them and getting access to the alpha and all of that stuff, they have a Patreon page where you can support it. All different tiers. You can even like get your name in the credits, voting rights on certain decisions with regards to the game and the design of things. All sorts of stuff if you're interested. So if it has piqued your interest, I would definitely go check it out because it's super freaking cool. And honestly, I've always been fascinated by the Titanic. I've always been interested in it. And I love to see somebody keeping this game and story, not game, keeping this story alive in the context of video games where you can make it interactive and you can help people explore it and discover things that, you know, they could only discover through careful reading of books and biographies and things. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Brandon, thank you for that. Let me re-up this. Hold on. Right. There we go. Oh, sorry. Connor Does Rugby. Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. And there's going to be a handful of these that I missed. Mr. Mo, did you see Meghan Markle got pissed off about the South Park episode with her and Prince Harry? Yes, I did see that, and that was super funny. Basically, for those of you who missed it, they're thinking of suing the makers of South Park for creating that episode, which is super funny. Kind of proves them right, which I find really, really funny. Holy SF, yeah, background music. We have done it in the past. The only reason we didn't do it today is because we're making these clips. And if we cut clips up and we have background music, it can cause it to be distracting.
25 through Super Chat.
Thank
Can
you.
you break down the letting go of 10K workers in the context of being eager to throw $69 billion at a single purchase?
We did tackle that before. Make it make sense. And then Brandon, thank you for the $19.99.
Brandon Reyes donated $19.99 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Best Titanic game emo would be an Until Dawn type game with 7 different people all on the Titanic, and you have to make choices to keep each person alive and get saved in hell, and why not throw a serial killer in the mix?
I was with you until the serial killer bit. I was like, oh, that actually could be kind of cool. That actually could be interesting. Huh.
Brandon Reyes donated $19.99 through Super Chat.
Oh, it's just replaying it.
Best Titanic game emo.
And then Logan, thank you for the 2. Thank you for the 2. I mean, I'm down. I'm down for the sort of choose your own adventure, save the characters thing. I think that could be kind of cool. I don't know about the serial killer bit, but I think that actually could be kind of interesting. You know, you've got the different characters on the ship, one in third class, one in first class. Maybe one of the characters is like working as a deckhand or something, and their stories intertwine. So your decisions with one character can affect the survival chance of another character indirectly. That could be cool. That could be really, really cool. That's going to be tough to make, but it could be super cool. Have you read the hit book? Wah. I've heard it's very good. Yeah, I've heard that book is very, very good too. It's just so funny. Like, they leaned right into it. It's like, you guys realize you just proved them right, that you're like crybaby attention seekers. Like, you're proving it right now. So ridiculous. Nick, thank you for 5 more gifteds. Thank you. Nick went off today. That's like, what, 10 or 15 gifteds total that you've sent out? That's insane. That's wild. Thank you, my friend. And welcome, Super Nidge, DeGrimley, Nadish, Rita, and Dominic. Welcome to membership. Appreciate you. I miss INRG. Yeah, I don't know where Einar went. I don't know where he went. Did he say where he went? I vaguely feel like he messaged or said where he, like, what happened or where he's at. I feel bad I don't remember. But yeah, I miss him too. Did I see episode 6 of The Last of Us? Yes. And I thought it was pretty good. It was pretty good. I thought it was done well. I thought it was done really well. Luke, you should play Titanic Adventure Out of Time. It's kind of Honor and Glory combined with Doom. It's actually really good. Titanic Adventure Out of Time. Hold on. Titanic Adventure Out of Time. English long play, no commentary. Oh, look at this. Look at this, guys.
30 years have come and gone since the night that saw the end of a world, my world. The service needed someone on the Titanic. They chose me. I was to wait for a signal from my contact, so I remained in my cabin. I left only once. Georgia was on board. And that's when it came. There'd be no second chance. It was Sunday, April 14th. Too late, you see, for the Titanic, for me. What if I'd met with my contact, prevented disaster?
Oh, it's one of these games.
We of the White Star Line hope that your stay on board Titanic is as relaxing.
Oh, dude, it's so unsettling.
As you explore the ship, please bear in mind the following advice. The mouse is your hands. The keys, your feet. If you find the screen too dark, or
show up now with everything such a beastly mess. You must help me. You've no doubt heard the rumors. I won't deny most.
It's like a hilariously bad British accent. That's awesome. See, like, it's not a bad. Okay, maybe it's not great, but like it's a decent recreation. They've done some homework. Look at that. Oh yeah, these Doom style like 3D graphics where you can explore like that. Oh yeah, the manual saves. Oh dude, that's a throwback.
Welcomes you to the tables. I am always delighted to play with friends of Max.
It's so funny, dude. They just hired like these random actors off the street and they have like horrible accents. I love it.
You look familiar.
I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. I hate this.
Deauville, the casino at Monaco, New Mexico. I live there.
Wife in name only. You may have heard I am in financial straits. I've borrowed money from Andrew Conkling, money that he is now demanding I pay back. I've none to give. Poverty should remain the domain of the virtuous. I've no taste for it.
Okay, that's a good line. That's a good line. I'll give him that. Poverty is the domain of the virtuous. I have no interest in it. I'm going to steal that line. That's great. Oh, wow. Financial distress. Well, quite. Yeah. Everybody in their life vests.
I say, old bean, coming with?
Yes, do get in. We so enjoy the company.
Hoist a leg, old bean. In you go.
Old bean? Is that a British term? Brits in here. Do any of you Brits say old bean when you're talking to somebody? Yes, old bean. Come to the pub. Jolly, jolly.
Tell them we did our best. Tell them.
I mean, they did a good job of making it horrifying. I'll give them that.
Vlad left the sinking ship without the rubaiyat, nor did he have the real Lambeth diamonds. The Black Hand never got its funds, money intended to finance a wave of terrorism across the Balkans. One of the intended targets, the heir to the Austrian throne, Archduke Franz Ferdinand. His murder might have started a war. We were lucky. We got peace instead. As for the painting, it left with me. The plans proved useless. In the month following the sinking, the War Office scrapped the proposed deployments in a cost-cutting measure. But the canvas? As the only artifact saved from the Titanic, the painting became famous. Along with its creator, a rather excitable Austrian named Adolf Hitler, who makes a lucrative career to this day, peddling overpriced alpine vistas to the carriage trade. I left the ship with Willie's notebook.
It's all connected.
Found its way to the Russians. The Tsar's secret police were grateful, and the names Stalin, Lenin, and Trotsky vanished from history. The communist revolution aborted. I didn't really realize it then, but that night 30 years ago was one of history's most crucial. Though the Titanic carried 1,500 to the death, a peaceful world would be their epitaph. Our mission was a success. With no wars or bloody revolutions to derail us, prosperity and progress has flowed into every corner of the globe, bringing humanity a security known only to the privileged few before the Titanic sailed. Today, on April 14th, 1942, I am leaving the service to retire in a world at peace.
Okay.
One can only imagine how different it could have been, would have been, if we had failed.
If the ship had not sunk. Huh. Okay. Well, that, you know what? The story didn't go where I thought it was going to go. I'll give him that. It's pretty good. You know what? Actually, kind of impressed. Yeah, we've got our model right there. It's still freakishly gigantic. What are we gonna do? Excuse me. By the way, I finally filmed my first video with a new camera, and it's pretty fun to work with. I'm glad, Strongish. Good. And it's only gonna get better because you're gonna get more comfortable with it. You're gonna get used to it. It's gonna be good. What's the scale of that model? I don't actually know. What's the scale of the Lego? It's 1/200th scale. So you multiply that by 200 times, and it will be the actual size of the Titanic. Interesting. Apparently it's a common question. Apparently it's pretty common. Because it popped up immediately when I searched it. Bleak Faith trailer. Uh-oh. Bleak Faith trailer. Or Bleak Forsaken. Okay, oh. IGN review and the Bleak Faith trailer. Oh, so they already released a review? I'm confused. Release date trailer. Okay, let's just see this. What is this? I don't know this. What is this? Three devs. One dream. Bleak Faith Forsaken. I mean, for 3 people, that is impressive. I will give them that. For 3 people, that's impressive. Is it like something that's going to like wow me or make like I don't know. I feel like conflicted critiquing and reviewing games like this, because if it's like for $20, I guess we could check. If it's for like $20, I'm willing to give a lot of leeway. Let's see how much they're charging. Have they said yet? No, it just says wish list. So I think the main thing is going to be how much they charge for it. If it's like $20, then I think this could be a fun one to try. More than that, it starts to get iffy for me. I mean, maybe $40 you might be able to justify it, but I'm also like, just the Soulsborne clones are out of hand at this point. They're everywhere. Everyone's making a Soulsborne clone nowadays. And I'm not really sure I saw anything that made it seem like this is doing anything that unique, other than it's made by 3 people. You know? Like I would hope for more than that. But who knows, maybe it'll be really good. Maybe. I don't know. Featured video, Jedi Survivor gameplay, lightsaber combat showcase. We can check that out. Yeah, I'm going to root for them. I hope it's good. But, you know, it's like we said before. There's no such thing as indie dollars. There's indie studios, indie games, but there's no such thing as indie dollars. It all costs the same. So if they're going to charge $40, $50 for that, and then meanwhile you also have access to like playing Neo or Neo 2, it might be hard to recommend this one. But if they come in at like $20, it's going to be much easier to recommend it at that point, you know? Let's see. Achilles Knee, thank you for re-upping your membership. Have you seen the drama surrounding Kerbal Space Program 2 launch on the 24th? The system requirements are insane. Really? I've not heard anything like that. Let's see. Kerbal Space Program 2. The first preview. Let me pull up the tech specs. Kerbal Space Program 2. System requirements. Okay, so Kerbal Space Program 2, it says that the requirements are a minimum of an i5-6400 or an Athlon X4, 12 gigs of RAM, 2060 or a 1070 Ti or a 5600 XT. Recommended is an Intel i5 or a Ryzen 5 6-core 3600, and then recommended is 3080 or a 6800 XT. I mean, that is aggressive. Oh, thank you, my babe. Yep. She made me a salad.
It's your maple and bourbon.
Oh, good.
Has chicken.
I've been excited for this. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Much love. I mean, that is aggressive. Oh, would you guys say that that's insane? I guess I'm... Like, we're starting to get to a point where now, like, the current gen consoles are very powerful. What did they say the PS5 is akin to? Like, maybe a 3070? I think that's what they said. Isn't it? Like a 3070? What's the equivalent? Maybe I'm just totally off, but maybe that's way overkill for what it's able to do. But I thought they said it's like a 3070. And so, like, at some point, recommended, I think the standard has been that recommended is akin to typical console performance. And the console performance is like your standard, and then PC can crank it higher. So, like, the recommended specs, they're aiming for something that outperforms consoles. I think is, at least that was my understanding of recommended specs. That's what they're trying. They're trying to at least make the standard of current gen consoles. PS5 is 2070. Okay, if the PS5 is like a 2070, then yeah, it starts to get a little that is pretty aggressive. I mean, a 3080 is still what, like $600, $600 to $800, I think. I don't know if they're available. They might be sold out everywhere. What's a 3080? 3080. Okay, don't ever look at Walmart for graphics cards. That's the lesson we're learning here. Walmart, $1,300. Okay, this one, 3070, 4070, 3060, 3080. That's used though. How much is like a new 3080? What the hell is this? 3070, 3080 Ti. I don't want a Ti. I want just a 3080. Why is this so difficult? 38 Venti. Oh, it's on clearance. I get it's not currently the sale thing, but like, okay, as low as 1169 open box. Are they really $1,200 cards still? There's no way. Maybe Newegg? Maybe they'll have them. 3080. 972. 700, 750, 1,000, 1,000. Dude, they're all over the place. They're between 1,200 and like used like new. Okay, so they're between like 1,200 and 1,000 mostly. Really? I just assumed the price would have dropped because the 40 series out, but should be 700. Okay. I mean, if the standard, like, I guess if we're gauging it, like, if we were trying to buy a 3080 for our PC, then this is what we'd be looking at. I mean, unless you want to buy something like refurbished, this seems to be the most fair. But I've never heard of Paladin or Peladon. I don't know if you'd want to buy that. Maybe it's great. I don't know. I've never heard of Peladon before. So that scares me. But like MSI, $1,000 for it. It's kind of hard to justify $1,000 graphics card is the like recommended. I mean, it is a high-end simulation game, so I get it. But that's still very aggressive. Yeah, all these are crazy. So I guess the market is still super bloated. That's wild. That's wild. How much is a 4090? 4090. Anywhere from 1,700 to 24. Jesus. How much is mine? I think this is probably it. Amp, does it say what variation it is? It doesn't really say. It doesn't have the LEDs around it, I don't think. 24, 384, 384. I don't know the difference between these two. One's from Taiwan, one's from Canada. I have no idea, but probably like $1,800. That's, I mean, all told, this is very, very expensive. The recommended specs. So this is what they're saying is like the preview. I don't know if they're running this on a 4090 or a 3080.
Play systems in the best way possible.
Let's just hear what he says.
Kerbal Space Program 2 made me feel as dense as its layered gameplay systems in the best way possible. Before my 2 hours hands-on with the sequel to the beloved whimsy-infused astrophysics that is Kerbal Space Program, I hadn't played a minute of the engineering management space sim series. Always fascinated by it, yet daunted at the prospect of giving it a go, I was fairly hesitant ahead of jumping in. However, I'm happy to report that I had a highly enjoyable time with KSP2, finding myself pleasantly surprised by its welcome approachability. Despite it certainly being a complicated beast to grapple with at times, this is rocket science after all. I managed to find joy in small victories and plenty of fun in my many, many failures. To those like me who are new to the Kerbal Space Program series, it's fundamentally all about taking a fledgling space agency made up of green-shaded, minion-like Kerbals to the stars and back. By building rockets and plotting missions of increased ambition, you'll venture further and further into the Kerbal solar system, all in the name of exploration. Of course, reaching far, far away planets is no simple task, and nor should it be, and so begins a brain-straining challenge solved through educated trial and error. In some ways, the experience reminded me of my early hours of Media Molecule's dreams, being let loose in a sandbox of possibility where experimentation and well-intentioned but fundamentally flawed ideas are encouraged. The generous and well-structured tutorials are presented in a light-hearted and digestible manner, and I swiftly found myself swept up in the vast possibilities that Kerbal Space Program presents. Whilst Kerbal veterans around me with thousands of hours logged harboured dreams of ambitious Martian programs, I was more than happy to launch just one of my rockets and get everyone on board back to Earth, aka Kerbin in this universe, safely. Something I just about managed, but not before a few mishaps along the way. Up until this point in my life, most of my understanding of astrophysics came from repeated rewatches of movies like Apollo 13 and The Right Stuff. Turns out that doesn't really come in much help. My first attempt to crack the atmosphere consisted of me desperately trying to relive my youth in the form of a truly shoddy reimagining of Thunderbird 3. It didn't look anything like it, and it functioned even less impressively, barely packing the frost of a late-era Elvis Presley. Style over substance clearly isn't the way to go when it comes to space travel, it would appear. And so, back to the vehicle assembly building I went. A welcomely intuitive space to design your very own rockets, landers, and buggies, and where I found a lot of my enjoyment with KSP2 coming from. Next up on my production line were the Banana Man Mark 1, 2, and 3, a series of yellow space bullets that each failed for various different reasons. It's a credit to developer Intercept Games that even I, very much a newcomer, was able to swiftly and accurately diagnose the problem each time my efforts crashed and burned. At first, the number-riddled UI can be quite overwhelming to look at, but it quickly decodes itself. For instance, a series of actions formed into a playlist of sorts in the bottom right of the screen act as the stages of your launch, each numbered in order to indicate the order in which they will be performed upon the press of a spacebar. It's probably wise to have your engine ignite before decoupling half of your ship, for example. Something I definitely didn't forget to do. Back in the VAB, things I'm vibing!
I pressed the wrong button, I'm sorry. I mean, I've never really played I've never played Kerbal. I might have played it once or a few times with my buddy who's really into it and played it on his laptop all the time. But this seems like super fun. I'm gonna be real. Have any of you guys played a lot of Kerbal? Have you guys like masters of it? Because this seems really fun. Like, for one, I don't see any like on-screen currency or anything, so I'm assuming you can just build. Or are there limitations where like you unlock more powerful engines later in the game, or you only have a set like budget for the first ship and then a bigger budget for the second? Or is it just open? You have 4,000 hours in KSP? Okay, yeah, you love it. Different game modes for it? Okay. In Sandbox, you can just go for it. Oh, okay. Crazy Thumbs, never played it, but watching this gives me pause that I might be a Kerbal fanatic. I think I could get myself really into this. Career mode has a currency, but there is a Sandbox mode. So maybe, I don't know, maybe I'll download this onto my laptop upstairs. Not Kerbal Space Program 2, because this isn't out yet, I don't think. Is it out in like 2 days? Should I just wait for this one? PC Early Access. Yeah, it's out in 2 days. Maybe I just wait. But, I don't know. This looks hella fun. I'm going to be real. Is the first game like this in terms of structure, or is it more complicated and a little more difficult? Because, like, why? I don't know why I would spend a ton of time getting to know over the next 2 days the first game if it's just going to be way more intuitive in this game, you know. KSP 1 requires some quality of life mods. Okay, this looks exactly the same. It's exactly like it, but with just 10 more years in the oven. Okay. Oh yeah, Charlie, this is the Kerbal sequel. Yeah, pretty much the same, but 2 has a better learning curve. I mean, that's the cool thing with these. I love simulation games. I've said this a lot. Like, people will ask me all the time, Luke, what's your guilty pleasure game? What game do you like to play when it's just for fun? Honestly, I like simulation games like, do I have one installed? I don't have any installed because I just set up this PC, but like let me find an example. My Steam library is too big. It's too girthy. I mean, I guess I could say like Planet Coaster or Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. Games like that, I love the crap out of those kinds of games. Do I really just not? Oh, this one was weirdly fun. Another Brick in the Mall. I played a ton of this. And it's like super niche and really weird, but it's just a game where like you build your own shopping mall. And then customers come in and it's just a weird sim game. And you can just build out an entire mall. I mean, look at that. All different stores. Your parking lots have to be arranged properly. Employees have to park and be able to get to the location. You have to track all of this stuff. Like, I love these games. These are my kind of games that I will burn hundreds of hours in. Tough thing is that they are not like, I don't know, YouTube videos don't do super well for them. So it's kind of tricky. Like, yeah, I get to do gaming content for a living, but I don't get to really talk about the games that I love most because very few other people give a crap. But why are they not topics in it? They just, every time I've tried, the videos tank. So yeah, City Skylines, love that. Yep. So maybe I'll try it again with Kerbal. Maybe we'll try that. I don't know. But man, I love these kinds of games. I find them so fun, super satisfying once you've got your system that's just working. Like, look at this. This gets me giddy. I love this. I love it. But granted, not everybody likes this, but I freaking love these games. You may like KSP then. It's super helpful if you want to learn the engineering of rockets, engine, fuel, weight, aerodynamics. Also, you learn orbital mechanics. I think that could be super fun. I think I could get really into it. It's just the problem with these games is always that people, like, the learning curve is really steep. It's going to take you 25 hours to 50 hours to really get to know what you're doing. And you're going to make a ton of mistakes. Your whole first mall, everything you do, the first huge chunk is going to be a disaster and you'll have to delete it all and restart. So it's really, really tricky to get working right and to like actually get to the point where you know what you're doing. Some people love that, but I see it. I don't think it's a necessary evil. I think there's a way that you could fix it. I think you could make it like the difference between a good simulation game and a really good, look at that, a really good simulation game is being able to communicate it efficiently to the player. And if the player can pick it up and understand how to do it, it's great. What's the name of this mall game? Another Brick in the Mall. It's like, I've only screwed around with it a little. It's one of the first ones that popped up to me in my library. But after like 25 hours, I've already had like a crap ton of fun. And I would pour a ton more time into this if I could. It's just, like, it's quirky, it's weird, but I freaking love it. So all of that to say, this Kerbal, all this Kerbal stuff seems like similar, where you can just either make it super simple on yourself or spend a ton of time on it, just depending on how interested you are. And this seems like I could absolutely lose myself to it. This seems super, super fun.
Clearly laid out, with tabs full of fuel tanks, command modules, and the all-important emergency parachutes. Each component found inside snaps satisfyingly to other parts and is clearly described, providing key but never intimidating amounts of information. I not only found myself having fun in designing rockets that in theory should work, but sneakily learned more than I bargained for. such as the difference between a sustainer and an orbital engine. Like the best classes at school, Kerbal teaches you via fun, trickling science into your brain through playful osmosis. It's through these lessons that I did eventually get my eager little green Kerbal into space and back to home soil, as the Banana Man mission reached a fruitful conclusion after failing them so often previously. It's in these small progressive improvements that the key to Kerbal's joy emanates from, those small dopamine brain shots that make you feel like a genius for a fleeting second. It's with this newfound confidence that I dared to dream, and constructed a monstrous pink rocket made up of the biggest parts on offer to me. The Goliath was born, but I prefer not to talk about what happened next in its remarkably short life. As if I didn't need another reminder that my grasp on aeronautics was close to non-existent, I decided to chance my arm at designing my very own jet. I had a lot of fun playing around with the many options available, making quite a snazzy looking plane, even if I do say so myself, complete with an X-Wing colour palette to match. Yet again though, I was met with the reminder that functionality really should take precedence over fashion when it comes to these things. Once again, I had a blast making it anyway, even if I never did quite get that particular dream off the ground. Literally. From jumping into some of the pre-save scenarios made available to me, I've been able to see what can be done in KSP2 when fully in command of its deep systems. I sat in orbit around the glowing purple mists of Eve, deployed a buggy on the Mun, and actually managed to fly a jet that had been designed by someone much more intelligent than I. It's all presented with a wink and a nod too, with the Kerbals themselves often providing comic relief with their changing expressions as you once again deliver them to their doom. Aside from some sadly deceased Kerbals, there really is no penalty for failure in Kerbal Space Program 2, with wild experimentation constantly encouraged. Where many simulation games of this depth can be punishing in the way they throw budgetary and permadeath concepts into the mix, Kerbal is all about the fun of adventure and not about the consequences of misadventure. It's the sign of a promising game when even when you're failing miserably, you aren't smacking your head against the desk or shattering a keyboard with the blunt end of a mouse. Instead, Kerbal Space Program 2 only made me want to try again, having fun even when my plans blew up in front of me. I'd encourage those who may have once felt daunted by the prospect of KSP to really give it a go. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised by the approachability you find inside. I'm already looking forward to taking that next small step on February 24th when it makes its way into early access and the moon starts to feel not quite as far away as it once did. For more from Kerbal Space Program 2, check out the latest trailer, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
Now that Kerbal Space Program 2 has crested over the proverbial horizon, creative director at Star Theory Nate Simpson shared with us some of the secrets, hints, and teases baked into the cinematic announcement trailer to give you a better idea of what to expect in the sequel. So let's get into them. The first thing we see is the planet Kerbin, the homeworld of the Kerbals, and this small spacecraft preparing to boost to Mun, the larger of Kerbin's 2 moons. While this isn't actual gameplay, all of the spacecraft and base elements you see in this trailer are actual assets pulled from Kerbal's
Yeah, can you imagine if it looked like this? Can you imagine?
Space Program 2. Though most of this spacecraft is made from familiar technologies in the original game, this engine on the end is a new metallic hydrogen engine affixed to a metallic hydrogen fuel tank, which will all have these zigzag struts as a visual indicator. Back on Earth, metallic hydrogen is still future tech, though scientists are now working on recreating it in lab conditions by using lasers to crush hydrogen with 2 to 3 million times the pressure of the Earth's atmosphere, where it stops being gas and turns into the liquid metal and potentially a fuel source one day. A little further in, we see the lander come in for an approach, the legs unfold, and it touches down where we catch a glimpse of the old Poodle engine, which has since been redesigned in KSP1 and will likely be updated for the sequel. We get our first look at the titular Kerbals as astronaut Bob Kerman eats it coming down the ladder, ultimately destroying the lander as we pull back to see pilot Valentina Kerman taking the beautiful view of Kerbin. We hope they enjoy that view because with a totaled lander, odds are they're not getting off Mun anytime soon. Here we see what looks like a Saturn V rocket being built before more boosters are strapped to it, making it a heavy rocket in typical Kerbal fashion. In thrust, we trust. Next to it, we see the launch tower, which was actually removed because early players kept colliding with it. It's back in Kerbal Space Program 2, and here...
That's actually really funny that they took it out just because of people crashing into it. That's really funny. The simulation game I fell in love with was House Flipper. You buy old rundown houses and fix them up, rebuild walls, install appliances, furniture, paint walls, and resell. It's relaxing fun. That does sound like really, really weirdly relaxing. There. House Flipper. I've seen this like recommended to me. House Flipper, you buy like old rundown stuff. Cockroaches, I love it. Flip the breakers. You paint everything. I could see this being really relaxing. It's good practice too. Good practice. Ooh. I wonder, are you able, you probably know, are you able to go in and like build your own outline of a house? Because one cool thing would be if you could do that and then like basically experiment with decorating your house or your apartment or your future house or apartment and experiment with it that way. That could be super fun. That could be super, super fun. Grant, Luke, your Atomic Heart review made me sad. Yeah, it's funny. People were like, I don't know. People were, I guess, surprised that I didn't love it. And like, I think a lot of it is that people like, I don't know, it's a review where I'm trying to point out the things that it does well and the things that it does badly. And sometimes there's a lot of stuff to explain as to why it does badly. Because I can say the music is amazing. The graphics are great. But like, that's all I really need to say. But if I'm going to explain that like, oh, the first hour and a half are asininely boring. Like, it takes a little bit more of me explaining to prove that point. But in turn, people then interpret it as me just being like, I don't know, I guess cynical or trying to be negative when I'm just like, no, I'm just trying to prove the point. I'm sorry I don't just blindly assert things. I try to be a little more direct with it. Yeah, the plan, Sergio, is we're going to stream the State of Play on Thursday, so tomorrow, and we're going to then do a members-only stream after, which will be fun. Not have to angrily wait for Bioshock 4. Well, yeah, that or the sequel to Atomic Heart, I'm sure will be great. The problem with Atomic Heart, I just think they were developing like two different games. They were developing an open world version and a linear version, and then like at some point in development they decided they need to merge the two, and it just didn't work well. That's what I think happened, because it just doesn't feel right. Somebody was saying in the comments that there was like a developer interview that made them think that it was originally developed as a linear game and then they tried to add open world elements versus it being developed as an open world game and then turned into a linear game. I don't know which one is true. I mean, it's not like it really matters. The point is that it was developed in one way, and then at some point they pivoted and tried to turn it into something else, and it just didn't really come together. So you just ended up with a half-assed version of both extremes, and it just doesn't play super great.
Here you can see a hint of the treads that will automatically move the tower out of their way. Star Theory is really trying to capture the pageantry of a launch with things like the launch tower, the flame trenches, the countdown to launch, which you can skip if you want to. You can also see some of the other buildings in the background that make up the Kerbal Space Center, and these are all in-game assets as well. A few more seconds in and we see the iconic ice falling off the rocket fuel tanks that Simpson says they want to preserve for the actual game. Here we see a quick shot of a spacecraft crashing into a nice shiny space station. Interestingly, this ISS-style space station is the kind that can still be built in orbit by launching a bunch of modules and docking them together as you did in the original game. Though there are hints of other kinds in KSP2, but more on that in a minute. We get a quick look at a plane using a new Mark I cockpit and an appropriately terrified Kerbal pilot alongside this paint job. Simpson confirmed you'll be able to paint individual parts in Kerbal Space Program 2 with a primary and a secondary color. Next, we get this beautiful shot of a station in orbit around Duna, the Mars analog in Kerbal Space Program. Fun fact, if you look closely, you might notice the polar ice cap is in the wrong position in this shot. Based on the shadow, you can see Duna is rotating top to bottom, which means the pole in the axis of rotation should be on the left and right sides. Simpson said that while he spotted this inaccuracy, the marketing team wanted to keep it for cinematic purposes. In the next shot, you see a rotating habitation.
Marketing people. It's always the marketing people.
Section on this station, and there will be a gameplay reason to choose these over the static boring ones. A closer look shows off the rocket plane at the head of the station that's showing off more of the new painting options before we head down to Duna's surface, where you can see the planet's only moon, Ike, hanging in the sky. More importantly, there's an example of an early base here, complete with inflatable structures and solar cells accurately angled toward the source of illumination, which is important and something you'll need to consider when you're building a colony that runs on solar power, especially now that many of the celestial bodies in KSP2 will have axial tilt, so you'll need to deal with seasonal variations as well. Of course, you'll need a rover, and this one is showcasing a new command module followed by a fun shot of a Kerbal reenacting an exciting moment from Gravity. Here we see a nuclear propulsion system, essentially a nuclear bomb detonated behind this massive steel armor plate attached by shock absorbers that translate the force to the spacecraft. Though it's certainly awesome, it's not legal per se, at least on Earth, thanks to the Partial Test Ban Treaty of 1963 that prohibits nuclear detonations in the atmosphere, underwater, and in outer space. But you can go nuts in KSP2 without worrying too much about the nuclear fallout. In this shot we see...
Can you imagine if they could just do that nowadays? Elon's like, yeah, I figured out how we can get to Mars really quickly. We're just going to launch nukes behind our ships. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine.
A new kind of station in orbit above the gas giant Joule. The big revelation here is that while you can build in orbit, you'll also be able to fabricate new vehicles in orbit using these new orbital vehicle assembly buildings. So you can build vehicles of ridiculous scale without having to worry about how to propel them out of the atmosphere. This is how you unlock interstellar progression in Kerbal Space Program 2. And speaking of interstellar travel, here we get a better look at the big engine on this spacecraft, which is inspired by the Daedalus fusion drive project from the 1970s. Simpson says this engine is basically riding a tiny star inside a bucket. And this one is nowhere near as destructive as they can get down the technology tree. But since resource collection will play a big role in interstellar travel, we start to get a better idea of why this orbital base is orbiting a gas giant. Let's take a second of silence for these two Kerbals that are just straight up dead thanks to the radiation coming off that drive. Here we see an uncrewed probe with a compound engine thrusting toward the binary planets Rask and Rusk, which should provide a crazy navigational experience thanks to the gravitational tug of war. A base collapse.
Oh yeah, that would be a nightmare. Imagine trying to take off with that. Oh, geez.
On the edge of a canyon, indicating we're going to see canyons and other geological formations. Kerbal screaming. As this ship decelerates, we get a look at a new planet, the ringed gas giant Glummo, and its moon, Merble. Rings are part of the stock game in Kerbal Space Program 2, and will have gameplay implications when it comes to flying by, through, or around them. Here we get a closer view of the icy Merble and its equatorial sea, along with what is a thin atmosphere you can see here and here. You can see here a cargo lander coming into the atmosphere. And here we finally get a hint at what the more permanent bases will look like as this lander touches down on a colonial vehicle assembly building. We get another look at one of these still red-hot new metallic hydrogen engines, and a great look at the new Kerbal spacesuits that are customizable to reflect team colors. A small detail, but notice all the Kerbals have different hairstyles. KSP2 will have physical, volumetric hair that can be swapped from Kerbal to Kerbal.
Sorry, I was just not ready for him. We'll have actual volumetric hair that can be swapped from Kerbal to Kerbal. I just love it.
As the trailer comes to a close and this base comes apart at the seams, you might recognize this familiar song, M83's outro, which, in addition to becoming a movie staple, was used in the excellent Kerbal Space Program fan-made trailer called Build, Fly, Dream back in 2013. Creative director Nate Simpson said that trailer was the very first thing he shared with his team when they were given the opportunity to work on the sequel. And its creator, Sean Esau, gets a well-deserved shout-out at the end for the nod to his original.
Built for PS4 and for Xbox One and PC. And so it's coming to early access. It's coming to early access. It's not even like releasing on Friday. It's just early access on Friday. I mean, I'm down. I'm down. Kerbal Space Program 2. 1 day, 17 hours. This is what it'll actually look like when you're playing it. But I mean, I'm intrigued. Color me intrigued. Not for everybody. It's a game that you'll love if you're into simulation games and stuff. But if it tickles your fancy, it's probably going to be something you're going to want to check out. Huh. Fans have been a bit on edge given how long it's been in development. I don't blame you. I mean, but then again, it's also like, dear God Almighty, it sounds like a nightmare to put together. And he's talking about interstellar travel too. So like, He's got to have a way for you to be able to travel between stars, set up bases on different planets. Because it sounds, and correct me if I'm wrong, but from that, it sounded like one of the things you do is you, like in the campaign, you would, or the career mode, you would travel to other planets, set up bases, and then travel to further planets, set up new bases, all the while unlocking new technology to level up more and more, getting better and better drives and ship parts and stuff. So you basically just explore the galaxy. So, I mean, it's pretty ridiculous. That's the game. Oh, well, I mean, I'm in. Color me intrigued. But this, I mean, and this is something that's actually useful because, like, Starfield is trying to do similar stuff. 1,000 planets. Build your own ship. Like, because, let me see if I can pull that up. Starfield ship customization.
That gives you a look at the stories in Starfield.
Yeah.
But ultimately, it's not our story. It's the story you create by
It's
who
not
you
our
are
story.
and the
It's
choices you make.
your
And that
us
starts
story.
with character creation. It's our most flexible yet.
This.
Yes, you can completely customize the look and layout.
See, this colors me intrigued. And nobody's questioning. Like, it's not going to be anywhere near as in-depth as Kerbal's is, I'm sure. But, you know, it makes me wonder. Yeah, does it have volumetric hair for each of the Kerbals? It just makes me wonder, like, what's this actually going to be like? Like, are you able to customize your ship into a huge tanker that, like, can carry tons of cargo and moves slow but is tough? Or can you customize it to make it just lightweight and super fast? How does it work?
There's loads of different modules, ship manufacturers, and more.
AccuLander, lander wide. Come equipped with auto-deploying landing gear to help pirates land on even the roughest of terrain. Okay, pinpoint lander aft, lander, all lander. Then they have reactors and HABs. I don't really know what that means. HE3 tank, fuel tanks that store the helium-3. Okay, so these are tanks you need for the crazy
And yes,
jumps.
you can complete.
And you see the vendor has a set amount of money. The player has money to customize the ship.
Completely customize the look and layout.
Oh, you better believe on PC. Tilde. Enter the command. Unlimited money. You better believe. I'm going to try that. I'm going to try just like 1 billion currency. What can I build with the most currency imaginable? Needs engines upgrade to increase speed and acceleration. Mass of the entire ship will affect performance. Okay. What's that? Oh, it's another lander.
There's loads of different modules, ship manufacturers, and more.
Cargo, health 6, crew slots 6. So it's saying it has crew of 6. So presumably there's like the HABs tab that they had. Maybe on the HABs tab, you can have different habitations where you're like growing plants or you're crafting items that you can use, and then your crew handles that. But you have to have room for the crew in the cockpit, maybe? I don't know.
I have to say, it's so cool. We just absolutely love this.
I could see Bethesda removing cheats. Just watch, I bet you. I don't think they could even if they wanted to. Like, maybe they disable the command prompt, sure, but there's going to be mods within 24 hours because this is Creation Engine again, and people know that engine inside and out. I really, really, really hope that you can use joysticks to fly ships in Starfield. I mean, joysticks that are like KVM for your ship in real life. Oh, yeah, the actual, like... I was going to do the motion, but then I realized that might get clipped, so I will just describe it. Yes, the joystick's like in a cockpit of a plane or something. Yes, interesting. Yeah, all of these different ones.
It's so cool. We just
So I'm looking down here. Crew, jump range 18 light years, top speed 150.
Absolutely love this.
140, crew of 4, 24 light years. A little lighter, 30 light years, 140, crew of 2. 25 light years, 140. So you can customize stuff. You can tweak stuff. I just don't know what the difference is going to be like. But I mean, it's super badass that you can do that. And I want to be clear, like the ability to customize your ship is something that I didn't fully expect them to do for Starfield. And I think that that's awesome. I think that's a great addition. Are you going to do a review of Company of Heroes 3 releases in a few hours? No, I will not be doing a review, unfortunately. Just didn't fit into the calendar. I'm still working frantically on the Hogwarts Legacy critique, which we were going to talk about that bug I found. We'll talk about that Friday. Basically, I ran into a bug in Hogwarts Legacy that makes it so you cannot select new quests or progress in anything, and it freaked me out, and I thought my saves were corrupted, and then I accidentally figured out how to fix it. And so Friday, I will probably talk about that. Yeah, Moonlight. I'm so gonna make a Millennium Falcon in this game. Hells yeah. Hells yeah. If you didn't, I think you'd be weird. I think you have to. Yo, Luke, been a while. Good to see you, Kashab. Awesome. Glad to have you. Company of Heroes 3 is today. Man, I played 2 so long ago. Today is the day. Today is the day. I really hope Starfield's awesome. There were those reports that were, it sounded like they were debunked actually. So just to be clear, we saw that there was a report that came out from a guy that got the Hi-Fi Rush leak right. And he said that there was also news that the like biggest releases for Xbox for this year were significantly behind, that they were looking at delays. They said that there was news that, for example, like Starfield was super buggy and internally everybody was freaking out because it wasn't ready and all this. And it sounds like most people don't believe that that was legitimate, because that guy, he got the information when it was already public. So there's no reason to think he had exclusive access to that information, stuff like that. But I don't know. I really hope that they polish it and it works. My frustration, and let me be clear, because people were like, oh, Luke, you make exceptions. You enjoy Hogwarts, but Hogwarts is buggy. But you're saying that Bethesda, you will not forgive if it's buggy. And let me be like completely clear with this as I like sit on my chair like a gargoyle. Let me be entirely clear with this. I think that that was confirmed, debunked. Awesome. I'm glad. Confirmed, like signed, sealed, delivered. I love it. But like my frustration with all this is that Starfield, for one, is coming from Bethesda Game Studios. Bethesda Game Studios, the last game they did was like borderline criminally terrible. They got sued out the ass for it because they defrauded their customers. Like they knew they were selling them something broken that was a pile of garbage, and they did it anyways. Like, that's not okay. I can't believe I'm the one that people are getting upset at because I'm not just rolling over and being like, I mean, it was a few years ago. It's fine. I'm like, no, those guys that did that are still running the company. They're still there. Like, why am I the bad guy for bringing it up? I'm baffled. It blows my mind. It's insane. So the last thing they put out was a pile of steaming poopy garbage. Okay? Even people that currently like Fallout 76 will tell you at launch, yeah, it was horrible. Unacceptably bad. There is no way that you can argue that Fallout 76 was an okay launch. It was horrible. And so when I say that, I'm saying, look, their last game, and you can say it was Ubisoft or Bethesda Game Studios Austin. It was a different team primarily, but the game was sold on the Maryland team being actively involved in it, working with them on it. So no matter how you twist it, like they were involved, it's one of their games. And I am just not willing to roll over and just pretend as though that didn't happen for this game. Their last game was a steaming pile of garbage. This game risks that same fate. Now, I hope that it doesn't suffer that same fate. I hope that this game is actually awesome. I hope that this game is everything everybody's hoping it is. But to ignore what they just did a few years ago because you just like being excited for Bethesda games is to be a fanboy, and it's to be somebody who's prone to extreme disappointment, to be completely clear. The game can still be good with bugs, though, and let me be entirely transparent on that. Yes, I have played buggy games, and I've liked a lot of buggy games. I like games that are currently buggy. I still love New Vegas, and it's still kind of broken without a fleet of mods. I really enjoyed Hogwarts Legacy, and as I described a few minutes ago, I ran into a bug sort of thing where it triggers a quest that you can't get rid of. So if you don't know how to fix it, you just cannot select new quests, you can't progress, you can't do anything. You can't gain XP, you can't do anything. You're basically soft locked. And yet I've still enjoyed that game a lot. So I can enjoy buggy games. But the reason that I'm holding Bethesda to a high standard is because they've shown when you don't hold them to a high standard, like they haven't been held to for a decade, they will take advantage of it and they will start releasing broken piles of garbage. And they don't seem to care. The most we got from Todd Howard was him saying, "We got some much deserved criticism." And he nodded gently. And that's all he said. He didn't say, "Yeah, we sold our customers a broken pile of garbage, and I feel kind of bad about it." I don't think he said that because I think he probably got a bonus for getting that game out. And when they sold the company, ZeniMax, to Microsoft, I'm sure he got a little bonus as the head of their biggest studio. I'm sure he got a little kickback. Why not? I can't help but notice right after that time that happened, that sale happened, Todd started wearing an Omega moon phase watch. I forget what it is, but it's an Omega moon something watch. It's like a $10,000 watch minimum. He started wearing all of a sudden a very, very nice watch. He starts dressing very, very nicely. I don't have proof that he got some sort of bonus when the company sold as a result of him maximizing revenues by putting out broken piles of garbage, but they seem to line up, and I wouldn't put it past anybody. I think it makes sense. Props to him for becoming wealthy. Props. We all want to be wealthy. We all want to be wealthy, but my point is, like, I don't think you can just say, well, he's actually like, he's looking out for you. He's got your best interest at heart. You know, he loves you. No. He showed that you're just a customer to him just a few short years ago. Don't get it twisted. Geezer 1916, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Did I open my owl post? Yeah, so basically the problem is when you fast travel, I'll explain this more on Friday when we go through it. The problem is when you fast travel to Hogwarts after a certain threshold in the story, it automatically starts a quest that's within the grounds of Hogwarts and thinks that you're engaged in that activity, basically like you're in a cutscene, even though you're not in a cutscene. So when you try to pull up your quest log to change quests, select one or do anything, it thinks you're in a cutscene, so it doesn't let you. And the only way you can fix it is by traveling to where that quest is, figuring out that that's what it is, even though there's no objectives, no markers or anything. And you have to stand on this small platform, and then you have to jump off of it immediately after equipping your Accio spell. And then you hop off the platform, it'll hit a fail state screen, and then you have to click abandon quest, and then it'll kick you back out. And then you can continue selecting the quest. So it's a little complicated, but I figured it out. And I'll show you guys on Friday when we go through it. Go over the relationship between Bethesda, the publisher, ZeniMax, and Bethesda developer. I can't keep any of that stuff straight. It's relatively straightforward. I mean, basically how it is, you know what I'm going to do. I have to, really. So Zenimax, Max. There we go. Zenimax. I returned the tablet, by the way. I just was terrible at using it, so I just returned it. So Zenimax is the parent company. Zenimax owns a bunch of different studios underneath them. To be clear, so like they own whatever it is, Zenimax Online Entertainment. And that's like the guys doing ESO, Elder Scrolls Online. They own like Arcane. They own a handful of others, but let's just keep it simple. And then they own BGS. But technically between these is Bethesda. I don't really want to type all this out. Do I have to? Can I just do this? Hold on. Bethesda Softworks. So Bethesda Softworks is at the top of this, but I don't think they technically own. Zenimax. I think how it is it's like this. Boop. I think they are here, and then this is over here. I think that's how it's separated out. But it's basically like this. So Bethesda Softworks is in between BGS, Arcane, and Zenimax. Zenimax also owns Zenimax Online Entertainment, though it's outside Bethesda Softworks. And so it's just parent companies within parent companies, and it's all like tucked in there. id Software is under here. Yeah, that's one of the... We'll just do ID. That's a Bethesda Softworks company. So all of these. Yeah. But ZeniMax Media is at the top. ZeniMax Online Entertainment is underneath them. Bethesda Softworks underneath them, and they own all of these. And they probably own a couple of other random ones that I can't think of right now. That are also subsidiaries, but they are not the parent. So when Microsoft came in, they bought this guy. And by buying them, they get access to all of it. The second ent looks like an L7. Ent. E. And you know what? I actually knew somebody in high school, one of my professors. He wrote his E's like that. So it'd be entertain. Oh my God. Meant. That's how he did it. It's kind of cool. But he's the one human being I've ever met who has ever written E's like that. Yeah, it's a triple bond. Yeah. But he's the one guy I ever met who wrote his E's like that. It was super weird. How'd he do his lowercase e's like this? No. He wrote lowercase e's normal, but like, I was just like, so you're writing 3 lines. With this, like, you're still doing 3 lines, but it looks more like an E. You know, or like some people would do G's like this. I've always liked the sharp edges. It's like my A's are like this. My W's are like that. Same with my M's. I've always liked H's like this. But how do you write my 7s? I write my 7s like that. I mean, it's your writing. It's your writing. So, like, do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. You don't have to follow anybody's rules other than typing out, like, writing out the letters in the right order and making sure that they look still like the letters. But, yeah. Yeah, sure do. Kyoka, sure do. It's like a fingerprint. Yeah, nobody wants to write like a typewriter. You know, I talked about this guy before. My old chess coach in high school, he wasn't really a coach. He was like the guy that ran the chess club and then would take us to tournaments, even though we were all way better at chess than he was. So he wasn't really a coach. But our old guy that ran the chess club, Mr. Loose, Mr. Luce, he trained himself in like his 20s when he worked at HP. He trained himself to write with better penmanship because he had a boss that said, if you can't get better penmanship, you gotta go. You gotta go. You just write like chicken scratch. Thank you, TDK. Thank you. And what he did is he took like a piece of paper that had been typed out on like a typewriter. And then he had like books and things with like a very typewriter looking font, and he traced it. He would trace it all. And he would do that for hours, he said. And his writing looks like a typewriter. I mean, you can't tell that this guy's writing this by hand. All of his letters are perfectly sized. Everything is super uniform. And like everything is super, super precise. Caleb's in here. Caleb, you remember Mr. Luce's writing? You remember Mr. Luce's writing? Mr. Luce, super accurate. He would write it on graph paper, so all the letters were exactly the same. Which is just, I mean, props to him. He trained it. Way better than yours. Calm down, Caleb. Calm down. Calm down. Okay, the H evokes a Celtic nod, I think it's called. Yeah, I just like it. Like, if you're going to write something... Oh, wait, TDK. Wait, what? Welcome to No One Should Choose This. Did you choose the higher tier? Wait, TDK, wait. I just noticed that. It didn't tell me before. Did you just select the higher tier? Okay, that's Poggers. TDK, Jesus Christ. My goodness. So, for those of you not aware, we have different tiers of membership. So you can be like a level 1 member, if that's a term. You can be a level 2. I don't know what the standards are. But there's 3. There's channel member at $4.99, and then there's show off, because I didn't know what else to call them, at $9.99, and then there's the No One Should Choose This tier, is what it's titled, and that's for $99.99 a month. And that's what TDK just signed up for. That is extremely generous. I almost missed it. I didn't even like notice because it doesn't like show me any different. It just says welcome to the membership. But like, Jesus Christ. Very generous, my friend. Thank you so much. Big ups, TDK.
That's most definitely what's up.
That's most definitely what's up. That's most definitely what's up. Why is my watch freaking out? Wow. Okay. Well, that's crazy. That's 16 times the TDK. That dude's paying 100th of your mortgage. God, for real, dude. Hold on. Let's just, to wrap all of this up, I know nobody wants to hear this, but to wrap all of this up, let's just listen to a quick King Cobra JFS vocal cover, and we'll go from there. That's crazy. Because I don't know how else to say thank you other than...
That's most definitely what's up.
Oh, wait, I think I added another soundbite. Hold on. I'm going to flick through like 15 sound bites. Almost none of them will have anything to do with what just happened, but like, please bear with me. Hold on.
Catch me outside. How about that?
That's not it.
Look here.
No,
Look, listen.
That's not it. That's some good old Wings of Redemption, but that's a different thing.
Wow.
That one works.
That's most definitely what's up.
Wow.
That kind of works. That works. What's this one?
Naughty.
Oh yeah. Some Borat. Gotta love that. What's this one? No, that's not it. And then we have the I'm vibing. It's very loud. I don't remember what this one is.
16 times the detail.
I did add it. 16 times the TDK. Anyway. And then this one, I don't know what this one is.
Assassin's
Oh, yeah.
Creed Valhalla.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I just every time I hear it, I just imagine him moving. I've seen the video. I know he doesn't do it, but I just imagine Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, I love it. Will never, ever get old. And I don't care what anyone says. Oh, jeez. You need to label those? Oh, yeah. Use it for a label maker. Well, it's tough because, like, it's the Go XLR. So, like, if you don't know what it looks like, it looks like, hold on. Let me close MS Paint real quick. Only Luke would have MS Paint open as, like, his main window. But, like, this is what it looks like. And so this is what, like, it looks like down here on my left. But it's just, like, blank buttons. So I can swap between these. And, like, this is all I see. So I don't, like, I have to memorize where they are. I know, like, this one is the I'm vabbing. 16 times the detail. Down here is King Cobra.
That's most definitely what's up.
You know, I know those. Assassin's Creed Valhalla is up here. What's this one?
So you get nothing.
You lose. And then Catch Me Outside, how about that?
Catch me outside, how about that?
Catch Me Outside, how about that? But I don't know if there's any, I don't know. It would be super cool if these were like the Elgato buttons that had the screen on them, like for the Stream Deck or whatever. And then you can actually type in what the label is. That would be badass, but I don't know. Steam Deck and voice mod for soundboard is my go-to. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should route sound effects into the Steam or Stream Deck instead and then play them through that. That'll probably work better than trying to play it through the Go XLR. The nice thing about the Go XLR is like I can clip stuff in real time. So like if I just hold down this button right here and I say something like Assassin's Creed Valhalla, then I can just play it back. Assassin's Creed Valhalla. So stupid. So like that's kind of fun. You can do that, but give us William Knifeman. Huh. I know exactly what that one is. That's one of my favorite like Call of Duty highlight things that's come out of all of this like toxic everybody trying to be a streamer things is that some of those highlight reels are just so freaking funny. The clips, the highlights aren't even that good, but the memes that just get casually interspersed into them are just amazing. There's some really, really, really good ones. William Knifeman. Yeah, Warzone attached to it is like one of the top searches. Here, I'm going to turn the volume down because it's probably going to be loud. Come on. Oh, I turned the audio off.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
William Knifeman. My nipples are always hard.
What did he say? What?
What?
Like it's just the most like ADD thing ever. It's just like 1,000 memes tossed into a 2-minute bit, but oh man, sometimes it just hits the spot. Sometimes, man, sometimes. I'll tell you what. William Knifeman. Oh man, that just gave me a headache. Yeah, it happens. Welcome to 2023. That's why, like, I you know, somebody asked me the other day, they're like, would you want to grind to be like one of the top streamers in the world? Like one of those guys that has 50,000 people in chat. And I was like, I mean, of course I'm not going to fight it if that ever happens. Sometimes you just look up and all of a sudden there's people in chat and you just like, okay, well that's cool. But like, if I'm doing the formulaic thing and if I have to go the route of like being like that Aiden guy who just streamed porn on his last stream that he did, and didn't get banned somehow. Or if I have to like do the, I can't remember his name. Mizkif, that's who it is. If I have to just bring in a bunch of like girls in bikinis to like put dog shock collars on while spraying each other with water bottles, like, and that's what my content's gonna be. I don't want to be the biggest streamer in the world by doing that stuff. I don't want to do that. It's just not for me. I'd rather be able to like look at myself in the mirror without sobbing than to be rich from doing that. So you didn't see that, Crimson? Yeah, like Crimson Mizkif like had a bunch of like scantily clad women with dog collars on, and then they were shocking each other, and that was like his whole stream for the day. It was really weird. And then Aiden, he streamed porn just like openly. He pulled up like Pornhub or something, and he's like just browsing it while on stream, sharing his screen. He's like, chat, look at this one. With like a ton of kids in the chat. Yeah. Yeah. No joke. And he's the one that's streaming on Kick now. He's like the Andrew Tate wannabe. But he's not banned somehow. And then like, I think it was Jake. Who was it? Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I saw this tweet. It was Jake something. What's his name? Jake. And he does a lot of like gaming news. Aiden something. Where is it? Hold on. I don't want to share my screen yet, just in case something pops up on Twitter and it's a clip of what he was streaming. I can't find it. Oh, wait, here. It was this guy, Jake Lucky. And he tweeted this out. And he just like said this after Jake reported it. He sent him a DM that just said, keep yourself safe. Smiles. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, this guy has a career. And this is why I'm baffled. I'm like, this punk has tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of little like 12-year-old fanboys. And I just don't understand how this happens. Like, this is clearly a threat. And it's just like casually thrown out there. Like nothing's gonna happen. Which is just insane. A Twitch streamer stole her own phone on stream and was exposed when she fell and revealed herself as the thief. Oh, that's cringy as hell. She's trying to go viral for having her phone stolen and faking it. And then she drops her phone and shows that she's the one that stole it and she was faking it. Oh, God, that is cringe. That's so cringe. Wow. Can you imagine that? Oh, no, my phone's been stolen. Oh, no, I hope they don't get away. You trip and it's just like straight up at you. Wow. That's pretty funny. That's dude, I just can't. She got the attention she wanted, I guess, but wow. That's just amazing. That's just great. Oh, that's funny. What did Jake do to get Aiden so mad? Apparently, I mean, he was like teasing him and stuff. And before that, he's like, oh yeah, he passed 200,000 subs on stream. To bear in mind, that means like for that month alone, he will take in at least 600,000 probably from, well, actually Twitch. No, they haven't cut their pay yet. So I would guess probably 600,000 in this month for that. That's crazy. Ludwig holds #1 record for 280,000 during his subathon. Ninja set his at 269,000 during his peak in Fortnite. I can't even fathom that number for subs, and Kai is still in contention as he continues his subathon. What even are... Okay, I know I'm the streamer. But I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. Does anyone know... Does anyone know what a subathon even is? I don't really understand what subathons are. Is it just like you stream until you hit a sub number? Is that like really all it is? And it's just like your PBS public access, we're going to do a charity drive and try to raise money? Is that all it is? No, yes, no. Basically, there's a timer that someone subs times get added. Oh, so like we start the stream and we're like, we're going to go for 5 hours, but every sub we get adds 10 minutes or 5 minutes or something. I could see that being fun. Ludwig streamed for weeks. I mean, honestly, like I could see that being kind of fun. I could see that being fun. And especially like when I first heard of stuff like that, I was like, okay, so how are you staying awake for all that time? But then I looked at it and it's like, oh, Ludwig would just like go to sleep and he'd leave the stream on in the background and he'd just sleep on the floor or something in the background. Or like they had friends come over. I don't know how you do that. Sounds like torture. I mean, if it's actually fun and you're like seeing good returns and stuff like that, I mean, that could work. But I don't know, like, I don't even know what we would do. Because my stream also, it's important to know, my stream is not very, like, we don't just play games for like 8 hours and I'll stop talking for minutes at a time while we play the round of Warzone or Apex or whatever. My stream is very conversational and I'm basically talking the full 4, 5, 6 hours. So I think it would be tough. I mean, we would have to start doing the games thing and views would drop or whatever, but I don't know. Come on, Luke. Come on, Luke. I subbed you because you're not like that. Because I'm not the guy that plays games and then shuts up for for minutes at a time. I'll be real, I don't really like it. Like I used to watch some Nick Merck streams a good amount, and then I kind of got out of it. I stopped watching them just because it was like he would be going and then he would just stop talking for like 5-6 minutes while he's playing the game. And I get it, he's focusing. I totally understand it. But like as far as entertainment content, like I get it. I agree. I prefer it when the streamer's more engaged. Or you see like, you know, some of the biggest streamers that are just like sitting in their chair, like kind of leaning back, and they're just like eating a salad or like chicken nuggets while watching an episode of like MasterChef or just whole episodes of TV. And like that's the stream. Like I'm kind of jelly. So one thing, YouTube will recognize copyrighted content in real time. So if you're doing that, you'll get caught real quick. And they'll just block your stream. They just won't send it out anymore. So anybody that's in there is okay. Anybody else, you're screwed. But I don't know. You would get people to entertain the stream while you sleep. Yeah, we could probably figure it out. I'll have Caleb come over, let him take over the stream. He'll take the overnight and then all that. It would also be very tough with kids and, you know, a wife. That's why, like, if it actually brought in a lot of money and if we went from, like, you know, a few hundred subs or memberships to, like, a couple thousand, I think that would be justifiable. Because when we finished it, we'd probably go on a vacation and just chill. But, yeah, that would be a tough thing to convince Nikki of doing. Unless, like you said, I got, like, Jacob and Caleb and they rotate in when I'm not on stream and we just cycle out. Yeah, Joshua, go back in the VOD. Go back in the VOD, rewind. About an hour in or so, you could probably find the clip of when my son Lockie and my wife came in to say hi. He's the cool guy. He's the actual star of the stream. Let's be completely honest, guys. That's a lot of pressure, bro. I mean, that's what you get. That's what you get. Deal with it. Have Nikki stream solo for a couple of hours. I think that would be fun. She'd probably play. I'd be like, yeah, what do you want to play? She'd probably tackle like Dragon Age or something. She'd have fun with it. I think it'd be super badass. I think it'd be awesome. He's got 37. Yeah. No, not quite. A little more than that, actually. If you count all the biological children, not just the ones legally mine, but the biological children, it's way more. It's way more. It's really just bafflingly large. Anyway, guys, we've been going about 4.5 hours. I'm going to go hang out with my youngest brother for a little bit because he came down to visit and apparently needs somebody, according to my mom, he needs somebody to take him and get something to distract him with. So we will go do that. And we will rock and roll live stream for painting those cupboards. Oh, dude, she would she would love that. I totally agree. Maybe we'll do that. We'll have the like cabinet painting stream for where Nikki just does her craft projects. That'd be fun. Anyway, everybody, thank you for chilling. Thanks for hanging out. Quick opinion on Epic Game Store. I know that was a question that got asked earlier. I like it. I'm fine with it. I don't have a problem. I maybe I'm spoiled and maybe I'm just a prude, but I don't see the big deal of having multiple launchers. I know everybody freaked out and they're like, I love Steam so much. It's anti-consumer to take it off Steam. And I'm like, bro, like Steam doesn't actually really care about you. Like Steam takes a 30% cut of every game that sells, and Epic has less features, sure. A less robust refund policy, stuff like that, which is a problem and makes Steam better overall, I think. But Epic also pays way more to the developers. So if you want to actually support the devs, you buy it on Epic and they'll get a bigger cut of it. So like, I don't see the big deal. I don't get the drama between all of this stuff. I don't get it. See you tomorrow. Are you streaming Friday as well? We'll see kind of how we feel tomorrow. I would guess so, but you know, I'm not entirely sure. I don't want to dismiss it because usually if I stream for like 2 days in a row, my voice and throat will start to go out and I might start to lose my voice, and I don't want to push it to that point. So I want to just feel it out. If I'm feeling good by the end of the members only stream tomorrow, then we'll chill. We'll go again. But anyway, let's see. Anyway, much love, everybody. Yeah, you can hear it going now. Thank you to all the new members. We have 39 new members sign-ups. TDK signed up for the highest tier labeled Nobody Should Get This, which is amazing. So thank you again, TDK. Thank you to everybody who gifted memberships. You know, I mean, there were a ton of you. I don't even know if it will view our activity. Will it tell me here? Will it tell me here? Yeah, Nick, 5 gifted. Biggity, 1 gift. Ghost, 5 gifted. Nick, another 5 gifted. Devin, 10 gifted. I'm missing some. Yeah, Nick, another 5 gifteds. Brian, or Bryn, sorry, I didn't read it first. Bryn Falconberry, thank you for that, becoming a member. Another one. Thank you, everybody. You guys are extremely generous. I am truly humbled. Appreciate all of you. That brings us to 40 new members for the stream. That's wild. Crazy, crazy successful day. Thank you, everybody. Much love. Stay safe out there. I'll be back tomorrow for the PlayStation State of Play and for a members only stream. So get ready. Rock and roll. Hugs and kisses. I'll see you very, very soon. Peace out. Bye-bye.